Yeah.
Okay, we're good to go.
Okay, we're gonna start the class. So I would greatly appreciate it if you keep the side chatter down to bare minimum so everybody can hear. And
Hold on, sorry.
that we can all, so that you'll have help, because I can't run around and help everybody. Unfortunately, I can do a few, but not this many. So, okay, we're gonna get started. And the way you get started on one of these machines is you need to have a setup. There are multiple kinds of setups. This came with a Gerhardt machine. I used to use it all the time. And then after about 15 years of using it, we learned how to make these, which are knitted setups. I put a ring on the end to hang my weights from. This is what I make, and I just use yarn. This is one that was made by one of the girls in the other room, and she uses fish line, and you can see the loops standing up, and those are the loops you would hang on your needles. When you use these, you hang on every other needle, not every needle, okay? So you can also get, if you like this type of setup, Ed in there makes, with the 3D printing, he makes a real nice setup. So, and I've used this because I can't say I like it if I don't use it. So works as well as this guy did. So it doesn't matter which setup you use, okay? They are all setups. They all get you started and get you where you want to go. Okay. So if you don't have your machine set up, you should start setting it up now. Okay. Start and get you where you want to go. Okay.
Good. I'm good.
So I am going to finish setting up my machine. And then remember, when you go to knit the yarn, they won't knit without weights. So you need to pull with your hand and crank. And of course, there's always one that has to pop off, sometimes more. Just pick that up and put it back on. You're using waste yarn always to set up. So once you're set up, take your weights and hang them on. And just crank a few rows around to get the feel. I like to have like 15, 20 rounds before I start a project. So now everybody talks about marking their machine. I have 2 marks on my machine, 2 halfway points. And so that's all I mark. If you want to mark more stuff, by all means do that. I'm at 3 and 9, basically. So, yeah, just, I only mark my halfway. Everybody has a target needle. My target needle is one of my halfway marks. Okay, so I don't have to have a bazillion marks on there and have to remember what's this color for? What's that color for? And because I've been doing it so long that they're not necessary for me. But if you need those marks, by all means, put them on. And if you have a question of what marks are what, you can talk with one of the girls that are walking around helping. They will tell you what all the marks are for. So once we set up and we're ready to go, we're going to change colors. So we're going to change colors like you're going to go from waste yarn to project yarn. Okay, so I'm going to show you how the best way to change colors. Of course, this is my way. Everything today is my way. Please make your heels must be my way. That just keeps us all on the same page. Okay, so I snip one yarn. I'm putting my other yarn in here. And I'm going to take my orange yarn and pull it through. So what I've done now is I have my orange and it ended here. I took my green and went back a couple needles. So I have 2 needles that it should grab both colors. Okay. And in doing so, you will have an overlap of the yarns. You should not drop a stitch. If you do it right, you should not drop a stitch. And you're ready to go with your project yarn. So I want everybody to switch colors and then knit 20 rounds. I'm going to move around.
Okay.
All right, quiet down, please. Okay, everybody ready? Some of you are ready and some of you are not, but we're going to move on while the others get their stuff fixed and done. So we're going to hang a hem. And we are just going to take our weights off because that makes it easier. And you are going to go inside and find where you started. Now you have to be careful when you're doing this because you don't want to lift the stitches off the needles. Okay? So you notice you have, well, for me, I have a red line or an orange line and a green line. Just orange line, green line. I'm using green as my color of my sock. So I'm going to pick the green stitches up. So here I am, I'm grabbing this one and I'm going to take it up and hang it on the corresponding needle. And you're just going to do that all the way around. And I find if I put it up,
It's a few minutes delay.
yeah, I'm going to run around here. So,
Okay. I'm gonna fix it.
Okay, so does everybody get what you're supposed to do there? See how I'm hanging this up? We can't see, and then it's not moving forward. It's on a loop. I mean, why is the video's on a loop? So video's on a loop? All right, I'm gonna come walk around again, and with the helpers, they can also get you going, okay? Okey-dokey. Yep.
Otherwise, it's clear. But right now, it's like background.
Okay, let's tone it down again, please. Let's less chatter. To crank around, and you're gonna put like just 20 rounds on there, okay? It's you're all set. Everybody over here. That's okay. We're here. We're not. Okay, we're going to talk about shaping a heel. As I have said, yes. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about it. All right, so when it comes to shaping a heel, you can shape it on the front of the machine or the back of the machine. Choice, choice is yours. Okay, people, let's tone it down over here. So I need, it doesn't matter to me which sides you do your heel on. I tend to shape all my stuff on the front. I shape my heels there, my toes there. Some people like to do their heels on the front and their toes on the back. The reasoning behind it is where you're going to Kitchener stitch at the end. If you do both of them on your heel and your toe on the front, you will have your Kitchener stitch across the top of your sock. If you're not good at Kitchener stitching, a good way to do it is to shape your heel on the front and your toe on the back. This way your Kitchener stitch is going to be on the bottom of your sock where you're walking. So, and nobody will see it. Sometimes when you're working with a patterning yarn, you like to have it where it's on the bottom so it doesn't break the pattern. So your Kitchener stitch isn't a different part of the pattern and it messes it up. So that again is personal choice call. So much on these machines is personal choice call. It's what you like. I can love something and you can hate it, and that's okay. Neither one of us is wrong. It's just the way it is. So when shaping a heel and you're first learning, I always teach to do at the halfway marks. We don't add for a deeper heel or any of that kind of stuff. That all comes after you've learned a basic heel and can do it well. Okay? So there are ways to lift up needles. And this is a needle lifter that, again, the 3D printing people, Ed and Joyce, you can take and lift up needles. They work wonderful. Okay. You can also, some people, we used to cut credit cards, old credit cards, and make it so we could use those as a lifter. So you want to make sure, and you want to make sure they're lifted all the way up. Okay. And then once you reach that point where you have lifted those all up, you're going to finish cranking around to the back. Now, a lot of you talk about 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 9 o'clock, noon. I just halfway points. I lift up my halfway points. The biggest thing I refer to is front and back. The front is the part that's next to me. The back is always the part next to the pole. Okay? So that you understand what I'm doing. Now, when shaping a heel, you have to have some form of weights. Now, there are multitudes of things you can use for this, okay? You can use V-hooks that came with a lot of the older machines. It was just a V-hook. You had to put a weight on it. So getting a little more modern, I purchased from Dave Kettman just a single weight without the fork on it. And I just slide it right on here. Erlbacher's sell weights, and I think you can purchase just the one to slide on for this. You can also do heel forks. So this is the one the Erlbachers have. They have the 2-prong. These are mine, and they are really old and beat up, as you can see. Mine are from Dave Kettman. And he made some real nice, and you can buy just these pieces, or you can buy and do your own forks, or you can whatever. Dave's a little versatile on some of that stuff, but these are great if you position them correctly. If somebody says they're using 5 of these guys, they're not putting them in the right spot. I use 2 and 2 only. I never have to use the third one. So it's all in weight placement, weight placement, weight placement. 90% of your problems on the heel is weight placement. I can't stress that enough, okay? Now, my absolute favorite way is to use this. This came with older machines. It's a heel pull down. And no, you don't hang weights on it. You're going to push on it with your fingers. And I feel like I have way more control over what's going on if I use this. Now, that's my personal choice. I always tell people, try it. You're either going to like it or you're going to hate it. So, but I like it. This has to be moved up every 4 passes or so, maybe 5. You have to move this up. Heel forks, yeah, I don't move those too much. Maybe once or twice while I'm putting them up and hold. And when I'm putting them back down, I very rarely move them. So they should be placed where everything is getting weight. So whether which one you use is all personal choice call for you. So the V hook, you're going to take on your cylinder, your half, you're going to divide it in thirds. Okay. And you're going to put the V hook at this, where these 2/3 meet and where these 2/3 meets. You're going to stick it on that line. Okay. And then you're going to put your weight on. And that should give you, you give it a little tug, and you should see yarn being pulled all the way on the hat.
Can you say that again? You're gonna show it.
I can show you on here if we can get it up in there. Okay, so I'm gonna take this and I kind of divide this in half and half, or third, third, a third. And the thing about it is you cannot be way up at the top. You need to be down 2 or 3 inches with this. Okay, so I have it in here and I'm pulling on it. Okay? And make sure when you, it's just a V hooked in there. Now make sure, I'm taking it back off so I didn't put my weight on, but make sure to put this on before you hang it, okay? You can also use washers. I'm sure you got those everywhere. Those will fit on here and just put until it's got enough weight, okay?
So can you do the one with the gray one also?
I'm going to show you how to do that.
Oh.
Okay, heel forks. Again, placement of these is everything. So again, I divide it into thirds. And where I have this third mark, which is between the center part and the left side, I hang a heel fork there. And again, it has to be down 1.5 inches to 2 inches to cover the area you need to do. So we're going up and under here, and I'm going to put it right about there. And then I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. We're going up in here and at about 1/3 and down a couple inches. Now I can do a whole bunch of rows before I have to move those. And the only reason to move them is as you're lifting needles up, they get underneath up needles. If it's under an up needle, your heel fork is doing nothing. Okay? It's sitting up here where the up needle is and where your down needles are, it's doing nothing. So at that point is where you would move them in. Okay? So I'm going to take these out. And I will show you how to use this. The old ones, they just have a little tip down. Let's take they have the tip down, but you always have to tip it back a little, put the hooks in, and push down. Okay? And you're just going to center it in all the stuff you got there. And just push it in there, and then you're going to push up here on it. Okay?
If we find those someplace.
Joyce Knit so makes these, they're out in the, their vendor out there. These should all be the same size.
Yeah.
So it should fit in any machine. But you could ask them. So the one that came with my machine is a little bit bigger. But it's the same idea. I'm just going to put it in here and I'm going to push on it with my fingers.
So you're gonna have to push on it the whole time with you know,
Well, I let go when I'm lifting needles and stuff. I let go and then put my finger.
weight on it.
No,
They were not designed to have weights.
so is this used in conjunction or with? Sorry, other.
Nope, nope. I have no heel forks and I'm going to knit with it because that's my favorite.
Okay.
And you will see I don't have heel forks until the very end. Then I'll take this out and I'll put heel forks so I can knit the foot. Okay, so I'm going to turn around and come back, and what's happening here? We got a big loop. Okay, I can tell you just about every beginner does this, knits across and has a big loop or drop stitches or common thing. So the one thing that people most forget is to put in the beginning to put your heel take up on. Okay, so I'm going to put it on, and if you have your machine threaded right, which it obviously looks like I don't, and yes, I did that on purpose. I wanted you to see and know the reason. So I have to undo that and go, okay, what did I do wrong? So what I did wrong was I came on this side and this side and didn't make sure that the yarn stayed on top of the bar there. Okay, so before you even put this on, just lift up on your yarn and make sure that that's holding the yarn. Okay, does everybody understand that?
It's really hard to hear you with all the side conversations.
Yeah.
People could whisper that.
Okay, come on. Another complaint about the side noise. Please keep it down to 0. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to put this on. And you see, I can now go back and forth and I don't get a big loop there. Okay. So I always lift the first needle up. Some others don't. For today, I want you to lift it up. You're learning my way. And I'm going to push on this a little bit. And I am going to come across and knit that row. And you see how it all knit. I had no. Then we're going to lift another one. Always lift up on the side that the yarn is on. Okay? Or the yarn carrier. It can be either one, whichever way it sticks in your brain. And we can just go back and forth. What we're doing is shaping the heel. As you shape a heel, you decrease stitches first. So we are decreasing when we lift our stitches up, our needles up. Okay, so now I've done a few rows, so I have to move that up a little. And I'm going to crank around. So I want everybody to try this. And if you have people at your machine, do part of it and then let them try it also. So I want to make sure everybody kind of understands what we're doing. Okay. And everybody give it a try. Get your machine set up and knit back and forth. Okay, no wonder. Okay, everybody ready? Let's quiet down.
1 minute more, 1 minute.
Okay, I'll give you half a second. How's that? Okay, now we've supposedly lifted up all our needles and now it's time to push needles back. We've done our decreasing up to the number of stitches and that's according to your cylinders, okay? Because some need to go down to 12, some need to go down to 14. It depends on the cylinder you have, okay? And I should have brought the sheet that tells you that, but maybe we can find one out there. Anyway, we're going to start pushing needles back into work. On this heel that I do, I have you push the needles down on the opposite side of where your yarn carrier and your yarn is.
Okay.
There's a couple of reasons for that. One, those wrap stitches are a little tight. So if you hit a tight stitch right away, if you push down on that side, you also have to wrap the needle. There's more work to it. Then it's like you got to bang it a couple of times. Sometimes they get super tight and you got to kind of bang it to get it to do what you want. This way you have momentum going already and it will usually knit right through that without any bumps or, wanting to stop. So if I push this needle down and go back, then you're going to push the next needle down on the opposite side and go back. And we'll do it again. And always when you push needles down, make sure the latches are open. So I'm going to push this last needle down on this side. I'm going to go across. And now I have all the needles here. I have an up needle without a wrap stitch. We are going to do what's called a manual wrap. We are going to take that yarn and wrap that last up needle, okay? If you do not do this, you will get a hole. And you'll be saying, why did I get this hole? The purpose of the wrap stitch is to avoid a hole, okay? So then you're going to crank halfway across and you're going to stop.
Yeah.
Okay, so your yarn carrier can be in the front. And we are going to push all the rest of these guys down. Okay, so I'm pushing them down. I don't push them quite all the way. And I have to go and make sure all my latches are open. If they are not, this is the biggest spot where beginners drop stitches because they don't check. It's like check, check, double check, triple check. You want to check it several times before you crank that handle.
Jack, can you point out the fact that needle number 16, why that one is about?
Which one?
Not your first needle, but the one, so if you're using a 16.
This one you're talking
Yes.
about?
Yeah, the one right before that.
That's the last one that was in my heel shaping. So it's going down with all the others. Now, when I go to knit, I don't need this anymore. So I have to switch to something that will put weights there. If I don't put any weight here, that part's not going to knit where you did your heel pocket. Okay. So if you're using other methods like this, you are going to want to take your heel forks and place them in there to make sure that knits. And I just put them in. I never have to change them again at this point. So then I'm going to carefully, after checking one more time, and you're going to knit around. Now, when I get to the back of my machine, I make sure to take this off. Okay, I still needed it for part of the front. Now I don't need it. So I took it off. And then you just crank your foot. So what you're going to do now is finish your heel. You're going to push the needles down. And then I want you to knit around about 30 rounds. Okay? Okay.
No.
They start writing that you can right now they're looking now. Okay, so now I'm in what? Job with the
Okay, let's quiet down again. Some of you are still working on your heels, but we got some other people that are ready to do their toes. So I'm going to talk about the toe and how you want to do it. So the first part of the toe is just exactly like you did on the first part of your heel. So we're going to lift needles up. Just like before, you're going to knit to the back. We are going to put our heel hole down in here. We're going to lift one needle. We're going to make sure we put our take-up spring on to make sure that's working to eliminate loops. And we are again going to knit. I lift the needle, and if you do it on the side that the yarn is on, it gets what's called an automatic wrap. Some people like to do it where they manually wrap those all the time, and I prefer not to do that. So I lifted another one, and I'm just going to knit back, and you're just going to do like you did before, lift one, knit one. Okay, just like you did on your heel. But when I don't want you to decrease right or to put needles back into work, I want you to stop when you get all your needles up, because there's a little something to do that you can do to get a little more rounded toe instead of a square looking toe. Okay. So we're going to talk about that when we reach that point. So don't go beyond that point so I can show you how to, and it's just a simple thing to do, but it sure makes the look of the sock a little different. Okay, move off around.
I already got this topic. I just wanted you to see, I'm sorry. You go back, you just. Sometimes, not even now, but I just see that. And it's like, it's like, oh, shoot, there's no. Yeah. It's not.
Is that one in 2002?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna go a little more here. If everybody wants to quiet down. So now I'm to the point I want to start pushing my needles down back into work. I'm going to increase what I'm working on. Now to avoid that straight up and down mess, which gives your toe this weird when it's finished. On the first pass, when I push the needles down on the opposite side, I push down 2 stitches. Push down 2 needles and knit across.
Do you wrap one of those needles or you just push down?
No, they're already wrapped. I don't have to do anything. And And I push 2 down on the next row. So you end up pushing 2 down on the left, knit across, push 2 down on the right, and knit across. And then you're going to go back to your 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. Okay? Just the toe. Unless that little boxy look, you don't like it on your heel, then do it there too. It doesn't matter. Yes, you're shortchanging yourself 2 rows, but remember your Kitchener stitching, which adds a row. So 1 row is not going to make or break something. It's, you can be missing 1 row. Okay, so then you go all the way down. You will cut your yarn long enough to Kitchener stitch and take it off on waste yarns. What that means is you knit about 10 rounds with waste yarn. Now, I've had cats over the year who like to grab my yarn and run. So I've always put a couple extra rounds on there. So I recommend for beginners to do the 10, and then you can cut back to 6 or 7 to do that. But take it off, then do 10 rounds and cut it and take it all the way off the machine. If we did it right, you should have a small sock. Okay?
Okay. That's the only one I know we made.
Yeah.
No, Yeah, I have to make sure all the laws are. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. I gotta go. That's what we're gonna stop. And I've got capacity. I mean, it's. And let's see.
And then
Okay, everybody. Can I have your attention one more time? One more time. So if you have done this properly, shake your heels, shake your toes. And if you take it off the machine, you will actually see you just made a little sock. And I know somebody over here has hers off the machine. Yay! And it looks like a sock. So hopefully you enjoyed the class. And if you need more help, we'll be out on the floor.
We just have one question.
One question? Yep.
What size cylinder are you using? I'm a size 8.5 to 9. And I'm still trying to figure out what is my best size cylinder to use.
Okay, I am using a 60. The question is, what size cylinder am I using? I'm using a 60 right now. And she's wears an 8.5 to 9, so she's struggling to figure out the cylinder she needs. If you have a narrower foot, I would use the 60, even though you need it longer. If I have a little wider foot, then I use the 72. So those are my two main sizes for knitting women's socks.
I'm a size 8.5. I'm kind of narrow, not really, almost like a narrow shoe, but not completely narrow. All the women in my family, the 64 is wonderful. And
There you go.
those are too big for me, so I just bought a 60. So
There you
have to
go.
think about your knitting it for like, I'm sure if I was going to get it, I'd like to be able to do heel tab, stockinette socks for me. And so if you're at 8.5, that's a straight from experience.
Yeah, it's more the width of your foot than it is the length.
Yeah.
Any of them will make the length. It's how wide your foot is. So,
It's narrow-ish.
yep, and 64 is always another option. Yeah, 64 is always another option. So that's what I would use. Just have to try them. You really do, to see what it'll give you and the type of yarn. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's an answer.
Okay. Any more?
Yeah, no, that's good.
All right, yay.
Okay, great.
didn't bring your ribber, it's helpful to have it. Because we are gonna go over some project yarns, I call it both. And I'm gonna say up front, I don't have a machine like this. I have a machine like that, which is why we have them both in here, because this is a speedster with a hybrid ribber. And I think a lot of people have that one, so we decided we should teach based on that. A lot of other types of ribbers have a little bit different features, but in the end, they all basically have to follow the same rules. Just the process of following those rules may be a little bit different. So, does everybody know what a ribber dial is? Okay, that's the metal thingy with the slots. Okay. Your dial may have the same number of slots that your cylinder has, or yours is a 1-to-1, isn't it?
1-to-1, or it could be half the number.
Yeah,
what's
mine-
usually- those are the usuals.
Yeah, mine is, like, if I have a 60 slot cylinder, I have 30 slots on my ribber. And that's, these yellow and green ones are I call them the original. Pee Wee called them all Erlbachers, so, it's not very descriptive, sorry, Pee Wee, rest in peace. But, you can use any ribber dial that you can get the right alignment of the needles on the ribber with an empty slot here. So you don't have to have, 30, 60. You can,
You could do
if you can do math, you can figure it out. Okay. And
No, I'm out.
It's not.
Where's the calculator? Yeah, I don't math.
I have a calculator.
all right. So then does everybody know what a tappet plate is?
Yes.
Okay, that's this part on the top. And I would take this out, but this is already loaded with needles.
Oh, yeah.
And you'll see why, because this is how I set things up. So this is the tappet plate. And on your tappet plate, you may see a big brass knob like this. Some of the other types of ribbers don't have that. It just looks differently, but this is for timing. And we are not going to address timing your ribber, because if the Erlbachers did their job, or whoever you bought your machine from, and literally, I've never changed this on any of my machines except my antique one.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, these, you should just pretend it's not even there, unless you take everything completely apart and then nothing works, then you need to start checking the timing. And I think Daryl will be addressing that tomorrow on setting things up the correct way. There may be a pin in this on the handout. That's the removable L-shaped thingy. I don't know what else to call it. And what this does is allow the tappet plate to move independently of the dial. This is important when you're doing heels and toes, because you have to have the ribber out of work. And we'll talk about what that means if you don't know. But when it's in place, you see that the tappet plate does not move with the river arm. Or I mean, the dial is separate. So, but you take it out, this can move freely, doesn't matter where. But you got to put it in the right place to get it to work later. There then is a fin, and that is down inside your cylinder. Mine is welded on, and I will use not my fat finger, but this. This is, oh no, I'm sorry. Wrong definition. Never mind, this is the river stop.
That's odd.
Yeah, good for you. You studied. This is the fin, this little guy. Does anybody know who Jimmy Buffett is?
Yeah.
Have you heard his song Fins to the Left?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what you got to remember with this. Fins to the left of the river stop. Otherwise, it's bad. So fins to the left.
And it has to bang up against it.
Yeah,
It can't be just the left out someplace in space. It has to be
Uh,
right there.
Taut to
Very
the
good.
stopper.
Yep. Thanks for the cautionary tale. Yes.
Question, the river stop.
Yeah.
Do you prefer it in the front when you attach the cylinder to the, or just to the back? I just don't know where to put it because I've got my heel weights in the front and I
It,
don't know.
it doesn't matter because once you start ribbing, nobody cares where it is.
Okay.
Your sock doesn't care,
Okay.
you won't
So
care.
just preference and.
Yeah,
Okay, what works.
yeah.
Well,
And
I think it, doesn't this have a mark on it to line up with 6 o'clock? Right here, see? It's got the mark.
we will talk about marks in a
So-
little while,
Oh.
but that's not anything to do with that.
Oh, okay, that's what I didn't.
Well, it kind of does, but that's not why this one is marked.
Oh,
that
okay,
way.
okay.
And that leads me to discussion of how you know where things are lined up when you go to put your river in place. This is not my machine, like I said. This belongs to Kim, who she's an employee. Then that's why it looks like this with all these colors, which are beautiful. But this marks where you line up your fin. So when I put this river on, I need to know where that fin is going to land in here. And I can just line up my fin with that without, trying to look in because you can't see it once you get it in place. And see how it stops it, and that's where it should be. It should be that tight, right up against it, like Lorinda mentioned. Okay, so the next thing on the tappet plate is in and out. And when we, in and out means the river needles are in work, meaning they're actively knitting, or they're out of work, meaning they're not going to do anything. And that is like when you do a heel and toe. Otherwise, you lift those up, so those are out of work. They're not participating in the sock making. This is the same thing, only this applies to the river needles. Okay. Did we get everything up there?
That's what I was just looking at.
Timing screw.
Pardon me?
Timing screw.
Yeah, we
We
talked
did.
about it. Thank you.
Glennis, could you mention the rink washer for the newer machines?
I did not.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were going to do that. On the newer machines, when the dial plate, when the river plate got a full number of
slots in it to match your cylinder, that's a lot of slots. So you can't bring the slots, when they were manufactured, they could not bring the slots in and make the circle the right way so that the needles wouldn't. So the fix was the Rick washer. If you've got one of those machines and you, the newer machines, and you've got a cylinder dial, river dial that has equal to the number of cylinder needles you have, it's gonna have a Rick washer. You've probably seen it.
Yeah.
It's take them apart, yeah, around. You've seen that. Don't be throwing that away.
Okay.
Yeah,
It tells the needles how far they can go back.
so on a hybrid ribber arm, which new machines are sold with, you don't have to purchase anything different. It's already in the machine. It's taken care of. So if your ribber dial, like Loretta said, has the same number of slots as your cylinder, that will be in place and you're good to go.
Should you have one?
If you have an equal number of slots on the dial as in your cylinder, and you have one of these, then yes, you should have one.
Okay.
And you won't be able to see it unless you take everything apart, because it's inside.
It's.
Okay?
You have a new machine. Okay, no, I think.
Does anybody have any questions about parts? What?
All right, make up a question, somebody.
Yeah, it couldn't have been that good of an explanation.
What do you think is the most, why people are so scared of a river? Is it just
Because they
because?
can't see in
Yeah.
to see what's happening.
Control. Yeah.
And I'm glad you brought that up because I knitted a long time, but I didn't like hung hems. It's just not my style of sock.
Yeah.
And another friend of ours from the Des Moines area and I were knitting, and we just sat there and we're like, you know what, we're gonna learn to use the river today. And it was like the very first year of YouTube or something. So there wasn't very much available, but luckily we found somebody that had made a video about how to start your river. And I think we watched it 15, 20 times and backed it up and started again and backed it up. And wait, what did she say? Why is she doing that? You know, and we're stubborn and got it to
Yeah.
work, and I've never looked back.
Yeah. When I first tried, I think it was just that I was learning my machine.
Yeah,
And so just getting that down, I needed to wait
right.
for myself. Not everybody's the same
Right.
way.
And some people are able and promote the idea that as soon as you get your machine, you should put your river on and start using it. And that's great if that's how you learn and you're able to do that. More power to you. It's one less step you have to learn later. And not everybody can do that. They don't like not being able to look down in there
Mhm.
and see their heels and toes. And there are ways around that. And you can still rib the leg of the sock at the top. And then once you get to the pre-heel, you can switch out all of your ribber needles and take your ribber off, then continue with the rest of your sock so
Right.
that your leg is the only thing that's been ribbed.
And maybe the top of the foot.
I always rib the top of the foot. I just like the fit better.
Yeah.
And it's not that I have tiny, I just did my ancestry DNA and I'm 61% German and I got some Norwegian and Danish. So we got some big feet
Yeah.
and
You look good.
Scottish, believe it or not.
But
So,
you look
yeah,
German.
German. I am very German.
Yeah.
So don't get on my wrong side.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions before we get going to what you really want to learn, instead of hearing about my ancestry DNA stuff? All right, so once again, this is how I rib, or yeah, how I set it up and rib. This particular selvage that we're teaching is unfortunately not one I use, but it was what I started out using. Mine is that I do is on back. And it only involves one more step. And it's all personal preference. Okay?
And
The-
these are not the only methods.
Oh,
You
no.
find
Yeah.
other people have, oh, I prefer to do this or that.
Yeah,
We're just starting, with these are the ones that are the basics. These are the ones that we learn with. These are the ones that we use. I use the first one, she uses the other one. They work for us, they work. But there are other ways to do it.
yeah. In fact, there's whole books written about salvages. A lot of them apply to hung hems versus using the river. But these are salvages for using the river, and they'll get you going. Okay, so
So you use the
one on the back is not what I'm teaching. I'm
Okay.
teaching the one on the front.
oh, okay.
And it is actually, I have this a little bit incorrectly credited here on your handout. You may have heard about Juana's selvage. This method on the front is really her selvage. And Lorinda has been friends with Juana forever. It's a real person.
Well, where is she?
So I took this from flatbed knitting and then made it work to go on the socks. This way you've got a simple selvage edge. You're not having to go back and crochet or loop this in or work this over or do anything. You don't have to do anything else. It holds. When you start with a one by
Yeah.
one, it holds.
Okay.
So it's out there in various forms, and we'll talk about that, but let's actually do it. So remember, there are many ways to do it. This is not the only way. This is how we're showing how we set it up and get ready to rib. And in my opinion, this cuts out a lot of stuff because it's just like cooking. You do the prep work, and then when you're actually ready to go, you can go. Okay? So the first thing that you have to do is you have to have every other needle out. And that's another reason to have a mark right here where your river stop is in your cylinder, because you don't want a needle in that spot.
It will be in the way of their stop and bringing the fin up to the stop. If you've got a needle there, it doesn't work.
So not all machines are like that. There are some of the new machines like the True Knit machine. If anybody has one of those, it doesn't matter. So we're not teaching that one though. So every other needle in the cylinder, I recommend if you're going to do this, that you start with a low count cylinder. And how do I know that? Yeah.
Ask me how I know.
Yeah. So the other thing that I do and Lorinda does as well is we preload our river dial with our river needles. Now, if I just started doing this, the little mouths, as we call them, are shut. That doesn't work. So you got to make sure the mouths are open or you're going to drop stitches. And this is not very easy to pick up. Come on, there you go. This is not very easy to pick up when it's on a selvage, if you drop stitches at that point. this black mark that is here is where the river slot meets this blue mark, and then you know you've got everything all lined up. And if you can figure out a different way to do it, great. Maybe it doesn't have to be done this way, but this is the only way I can make sure that I have it set up correctly for the way I do things.
It's efficient in your time when you're doing that.
And especially in a setting at a crank-in, you know, you get the muscle memory going, and you can talk to people. You know, you don't have to sit there and just babysit your river. Something you may or may not know, cylinder needles are different between machines, but river needles are all the same. Now, Vicky may argue with me because we do know there are machines that need short butt needles, river needles, but nobody has any of those here. So we don't have to worry about that. So that's the thing. If you have a different machine and you want to start ribbing, you can transfer and use ribber needles from any dial that you have. All right, so I think all the mouths are open. The cast on bonnet is not on. I have one of Jan Dwyer's cast on bonnets that just has the little loops on it. You can just hook them in.
They're the best.
Where's my, there we go. It's made with fishing line. If you have one that has the jump rings on, you can use that. I personally have never gotten those to work. And I didn't like it.
I didn't either.
I just felt like I kept bashing into them, but other people use them, and I don't know what they do differently. I never found out.
I got one through it right in the trash. After I tried.
All right, so you guys all know how to do this part, but I didn't have it done because I wanted you to see in there. So tools fall on the floor. Maybe not for you, but certainly for me. And I've got my weights on. I use a little more weight than Deb thinks you should use.
Deb says it bends your needles. It's hard on your knees.
Yeah,
And it's hard on your.
it is. She's absolutely right. I'm not going to worry about this one not knitting because it will pick it up as it comes around. This is waste yarn. And this is where you just knit as much as you usually do at the start of a sock. Okay. Now, a lot of people like to start and stop at specific points. Lorinda is one of those people because she was taught that way.
I was taught that way. That's the way I know what I'm doing. I don't have to think about it. I'm
Yeah.
gonna start here. I'm gonna end here.
I'm like, whatever. So, and nobody's arrested me because
Yeah.
there's a half a row difference or something. So I just happened to stop here. So this is where I'm going to stop. And you just, like always, pull this in. And then you get your work yarn or project yarn out.
It didn't.
What?
I think
Yeah,
I
I'll
got
get it.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
I did. I was like, oh my God.
That would have started.
Popped out.
And I don't even know how to thread this machine. All right. So one thing I didn't mention is that if you've not used your ribber, you may need to put some oil. Just like the Tin Man. Oil can. Oil can. It does benefit for some oil, and I just put, when I do it, I put it around at the butts and I spin it and I put some more around and I spin it and I put some more around. I can't get this, so let me, there we go. All right, you want to make sure when you put this in, you know, you're going to be weaving it in there. And I prefer to cross these two because it keeps tension on both of them. So I have the waste yarn coming this way and the project yarn coming that way. And then you just knit one or two, and that just holds it in place. All right, now it comes for the big show. We put the ribber on.
I'm nervous for you.
It's all gonna be okay.
You'll be biting your nails or anything.
Yeah.
So you have to be sure that if you have taken this out or anything, that when you turn the ribber dial in the direction of knitting, so counterclockwise, well, actually we'll turn it clockwise first, that this stays in,
Okay.
oh, you have to wave your hand because lights go out.
It's okay.
Okay.
You just want to be sure that this little screw that is here is up against the little metal thingy, the pin, the pin.
The pin.
The pin.
Yeah. And it is. And then, come on, why is this? Oh, it's catching there. You find your little black mark that you made. There it is. And some of these fit quite tightly when they're new. And there the ribber is in place. Now, I would say that this ribber's a little high. And Georgia would have a fit and she would lower it. And maybe some others, but I already knitted on this with this setup and it's okay. And again, you need to double check where the pin is with relation to this screw. And it's hard to go backwards, but I got it to go back. There it is. Now's the time you check to make sure that you took the correct cylinder needle out and put the ribber needles in the correct place. Because every ribber needle should be in an empty cylinder slot. So here's a ribber needle and it needs to line up with an empty cylinder slot. And if it doesn't, then you screwed up somewhere and you're gonna have to figure it out. How's that for support?
Well, it's just how it is, right?
Yeah.
The way they
Okay.
Say it, right?
So this is in place. And then the next thing that you probably don't have is a spot on your tappet plate where the first needle pops out. See that little dot right there? Okay. It lines up with this ribber needle. And that's important when you're doing the second selvage, not so much this first one, but I will show it to you now because I'm here at this spot. So if I, come on, you see that, how that needle comes out? Okay, so that's what I mean by the needle popping out. It is not in the same place that the yarn started, which is way back here.
Oh.
So it's different. And that is important when you're doing these salvages that maybe are kind of fancy. You need to know where that first needle pops out, because if it says do 1 round of X, 1 round does not mean that this stops where it was, because if you come around and you stop here, well, you've ribbed all the way over to here before you stopped and took your ribber out of work. And so you've got about 3/4 of a round or 1/4 of a round that you ribbed that you didn't need to. So 1 round counts as where your work yarn starts with relationship to the ribber needles. Now wrap your head around that a little bit.
Cause, okay, I think I get it, cause even though that's your first needle, you might not have picked up your yarn until like your 5th needle.
Although it's way back.
Well, we're going to talk
Yeah.
about picking up, but if you're doing this first selvage, and maybe I'm confusing you, and I apologize if I am. This first one, it doesn't matter because we just do it and then we go. I mean, it's very easy. But on the second page, that makes a big difference on the second one. So anyway, I
This
probably,
is- May I say something?
Please.
This is letting the machine do some of your work. Because you will hear people say, oh, well, I put that on and then I go pick up all of my yarns and put them on the rubber needles. What she's showing you and what we're telling you about is let the machine do that. It may make the yarn just this much longer, maybe a little more stretch on the top and a little more roughly on the top, but let the river do the work.
all right. So after you started your work yarn, project yarn, and you put your ribber into work, you knit around. And you're right, some of your ribber needles haven't started work yet because the first one was way over here, even though you started your work yarn over here. So 3/4 of this, the ribber is going to do the work. The rest of it you have to pick up yourself. So I use this tool. You can use whatever tool you want. Some people pick up, don't pick up, they take their ribber needles and fish it out and hang it as they put their ribber needle in. There's absolutely no right or wrong way to do it. It's whatever you like. I find doing this is the fastest for me. Am I talking too long? What is our time?
Well, it's about 35.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, we're almost done. All right. And now you're ready to knit your sock.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's what you're saying. You don't have to go and pick all that stuff up.
No.
No, the machine did that. This guy did that. You put it on early and you maybe have 3 or 4 stitches to pick up. That's
It's
it.
about a quarter of it.
The first few you have to pick up because they're not on there, but then the machine does the rest.
See how they're popping out here? going round and round. Yeah, what were you so afraid of?
I don't really know. Because I'm just saying where they get me, you were standing and kicking off
It's this easy. You want to show them what that selvage looks like? You
Okay,
should
this
probably-
is, this is the one by,
So you just took it out?
here's some we did earlier today.
No,
Okay.
nope, this is the very basic one, selvage. The selvage that's on the back does an in and out, but you don't have to do that one, and we'll show you
Now, which
What
one
the-
makes a less roughly?
the one on the back.
That's the next one. Okay, those are some we did this morning. These are socks that have been used. So here's some that.
They're clean.
Yes,
A lot for you.
and then the first one, that the tension is a little bit slack. No, and it's a little bit more roughly.
So is this the first?
This is the one I just showed you after they're gonna wash the feet.
Try what? The in and out ones and, well, I think we should have time. I can demo that one if I can. It's not if my mouth's open here, or maybe Loretta, I can use that machine.
Oh, yeah, whatever. Nobody's gonna be checking my sock.
Right. If they're looking there.
Now, when you get to the end of your
Yeah,
leg,
what's next?
if you don't want to rib the rest of the foot, you just want to,
You
you
just,
just take cylinder needles, hook the cylinder and around the yarn and
You transfer your needles.
right, you feed them back
Oh,
the cylinder.
It's just like, you're gonna look at different patterns and see different ways. I brought a pair of commercial socks that have followed some of the patterns we talk about. Maybe they got the information from us, huh? Anyway, it starts with a one by. The one by is what creates the selvage, one by one. So it does about 10 rows or so of that, and I usually like to do a little more than that. And then it goes to a 3x1. There's a space down here, pre-heel. There's a pre-heel down here. You do the heel, and then it went back to 1x1 across the top of the foot.
But
So
You
the
can look
selvage
at
is
those as a
so that
pattern.
it's not,
it doesn't.
there's no
unravel.
live stitches.
Right, you know.
Yeah, they are. I'll show you. You sat here and watched me do it, right?
Yes.
So this is magic, the magic of the sock machine.
It's good. It is a little bit roughly.
All right, this is the top, and it is roughly, but there is no way those stitches are gonna ravel.
Now, that's the word salvage. That is what we're trying to teach you.
Yeah, that's what, I
Started,
mean, that's,
and you don't have to do it, you don't have to cut another yarn to do something to make it not run. It's not gonna run.
Will you show them the one I made now?
Which one?
Well, both of those, because those are the selvages that are less roughly.
Yes.
sorry.
You
I'm holding it up.
So
So-
that's the other salvage that's on the paper.
On the front.
It's the one on the back. It's the one on the back. You just.
Want to throw it at. I like it.
So there are ways to make this look.
Yep, those are coming around if Jan would get with the programs here.
We showed you the sample.
Yeah.
These also show you the same type. And so commonly, people just start out.
You know, I
10 or
mean, I'm
20
like
rows
a-
of single, and
The-
then flip to something else, and that's your snugness around your.
Wow, that's so sweet.
And then you.
Yeah, so that's what I just made. And yes,
I did.
it's roughly, but after you wash it, it's,
Nice collections.
you're not, no.
Just the design. Thank you.
So the other
Yeah,
thing
pretty, that's.
that helps me enjoy my sock is Lycra. So unless you're love taking apart Lycra and yarn,
Yeah, no.
yeah, don't use it yet
Okay.
until you feel really good about making socks and ribbing and things.
Okay.
But yeah. will you switch with me and I'll keep
Sure, I'll start
the,
with you, and I've got this set up to go.
okay.
I don't have dots, I have lines.
Oh,
You
no.
think you can figure that out,
No.
where the river comes into
Just one
play?
of those people. You need this, okay, thank you.
All right. Let's see how this is gonna work.
Um,
Um, so the socks that are there,
This one is the one, right?
no, those are all with the selvage that's on the back.
That's what
Yeah.
And they're just so cute.
Now they're called Frankenstein.
Yeah.
I have a whole tub of scraps. And my goal is to eliminate as much of that as possible. So basically, the setup is exactly the same. And this is where you need to know where the first needle pops out. And I haven't loaded any project yarn yet, but I will. Whoops. You never want to say that, but I did. This is yours.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. If you don't have, okay, this is a side light. Literally, if you don't have one of these little doohickeys, this is fantastic for trying to figure out what's going on somewhere that you can't see. And oh, I got this at Pigs.
Funny thing, isn't it?
We run Pigs.
You were right, you didn't.
Awesome.
You said something, Glennis, about wrapping the project yarn and the.
Yeah, I cross them.
Okay. Right here are my clips, and I throw a clip on the two of them, hold them together.
Yeah, there's
Some tiny bit of weight, just another method I just never move. Oh, I didn't have to put it on the,
I don't need it because I don't use
you don't use the heel spring on that.
No,
Okay.
you don't, but you sure, oh, you have one of these old fashioned.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, you had
Peter.
to thread through that. I was gonna get one of those,
There you go.
but I didn't get it yet.
It's all good. Ow. All right, so waste yarn, project yarn, crossed. Okay. Then I knit 1 or 2 stitches to get just locked in there. And I gotta make sure everybody's got a mouth open.
I checked
And
those.
you did those,
They have
okay.
their mouth open. I find it harder to see on the river dial that's the same size when
There
as
it
the
is.
cylinder. They're so close together, I find it harder to see and to keep the mouths open.
So like I said, this is up to this in a little bit. Come on, you. Sometimes it's hard to get things jammed up against the river stock because the yarn the waste yarn that is knitted, if you get it down in between 2 stitches, it feels like it's against the stop. You get fooled. You can be fooled. All right. Does anybody know what the next thing I have to do is?
That's your thing in work. Stick the tap.
The thing?
Yeah.
The rubber.
Oh, you know things.
Yes,
I can check the
mouths
that are open.
We already did that. But she said she did, so I'm trusting her. All right. And sometimes it doesn't always pop out easily, but that one did. So I know that that is going to be the first ribber needle that ribs. So literally, this spot is gonna be the very first one when it says knit one round.
That's good.
That is the first one, not over here, okay? That's, you can do it that way, but it'll look weird. And, you know, like she said, the sock police don't come. I want to see your selvage.
That or
Yeah, she's got a little.
Pardon me?
that can kind of change every time you put it on,
You-
or does that stay the same every time you put it?
If, well, let's see.
Fine.
I think it says on that, for this selvage, it may be most helpful to keep track of your start and stop points. So that if you start project yarn at one of your cylinder marks, i.e. the 9 or the 3 o'clock position. And I said earlier that I don't care. And I just mentally say, okay, well, that's gonna line up about right there. And that's
Okay.
when I
So
do
you
my
can
one,
manipulate that to
yeah.
start at a certain point.
And you can use this as your count, because the distance between this and the first needle that comes out is never going to change. So
Oh, gotcha.
do ya?
Yeah.
Does anybody else? Does you all
I see
get
what
it?
you're saying.
Oh, well, then you.
Okay, well then never mind. I don't have to keep talking. Okay, so what's the next thing? Advance so that the dot on the tappet plate is at the place you started the project yarn. This is the one in row of this in out selvage, okay? This is, I call this my in out. It's not mine. If you may see it as a hybrid selvage, because it's kind of wanted, but it's kind of not, and it's it's kind of a combination of things. I don't know when I started doing it many years ago.
You've been doing it for 20 years, probably 15,
Yeah.
20 years.
I'm not that old.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Socks look about that old.
yeah, they do. Some of them do. So am I saying this right? I'm getting lost. All right.
We're
Well,
in
here's my project yarn.
one in row. Right.
This is where you're gonna do the 2 rows.
Right. So I have to bring, okay, I'll just do it, because if I try to talk about it, I don't do it right.
Yeah, look at the direction. It's the direction.
Yeah, we're on number 5.
Oh, yeah. So that's where you bring this spot back to where your work yarn started. Okay. And that lines up perfectly. And this one has no ribbing on it because it hasn't been picked up. So
Okay.
what do? You have to go back and you have to pick up the yarn and put the yarn on. I feel like I'm getting confused. Vicky, chime in if you think.
Don't do it that way, so on, just keep going.
Yeah, that's the problem. Too many cooks, right?
I'm a sous chef.
It's still.
Oh.
It's all
Finding that
recipe.
really easy.
I'm not a chef.
Yeah, just love to drop it.
Recipes.
It's all about feeling. You feel it. If you do have trouble finding it or getting it on, you can pull your needles out and then you can pick it up very easily.
I hadn't thought about that.
Well, see, you learned something. Yay. All right,
They're good to go.
so,
Now we.
right, this I think needs to go past just a little bit. Then I take it out.
All right, then you take it out.
Yep, and that is plate where it says place the ribber in the out position. Okay. So we've done the one row in, because this counts as a row. We're missing a ribber needle here.
Oh, we're missing.
My sous chef screwed up.
That's for us to learn how to deal with it when we.
So the river needles have not bent, they have simply picked up.
Okay.
Right,
Right.
but it's still considered in work
Right.
because they were coming in and out. Okay,
Use the end work to get the needles to pick up.
right. So now we've matched all this up. It's out of work. We do 2 rounds. And I have to remember that I'm going to stop over here after the second round. Two. Yeah, good enough. Then I put it back into work. And now I net my stock. So it's really not any different than the other one.
That's it.
Yeah.
You can feel the edge and it's not as rough.
I like the look at that.
Try the other one first,
Yes, ma'am.
because it's very easy.
Yeah.
And then once you get a feel for where the rivers,
Yeah.
needles pop in and out and where your marks need to be and all that stuff, then it should be good.
So the
But-
police are here. Times 3:00.
The police are here.
Yeah, those people out there are doing, they're sitting down with their.
All right, so the goal now is that you go back in and put your ribber on and try it. And then don't clap, please.
We have one.
You, okay?
What is that strobe light that kind of just showed?
It's just
That's
a little LED light that Grayson should get and start selling.
Can we have them tomorrow?
There's our commercial.
I got these from a promotional company. And the good thing about this is it has a battery that you can change.
That's
But it's an LED light and it's invaluable in my opinion.
very nice.
Nice. Noted. Thanks for the question. All right, get out of here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. If you try it and you can't get it, come back at 4:00 and go again. Yeah.
Okay. The blue flashing light.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be wired. All right, now we need to set these.
With my marks?
No,
Oh,
with,
see, that's why I'm.
There's like 15 people in here.
did you guys bring your rivers?
Yes. Okay, let's see what you have.
I didn't know this.
Dip it. Okay, no, the other way. Okay, you've got one that's similar to this one. And, oh, you've got similar to this one, you got the hybrid.
A hybrid.
You have a peg that goes in it? Yep, okay, okay.
Pin. Call it a
Oh,
pin.
excuse me, that's, excuse me, yeah.
For river pin.
Pins is different.
Did you bring your river?
No, it says end use.
It,
Is it,
it's only if you don't know the anatomy, because if you don't know the anatomy of your river, it will be difficult to follow, I think.
I'm putting my river apart, put it back together.
Okay, then you know
All
enough.
right, so then, yes,
I was hoping that we did enough.
If you want to hand me your river, I will open the,
you'll open their mouths.
yeah. Thank you.
You bet.
Move and close here around here. Like, look at these.
Let's do it. I like it. No, I don't know it.
You're right there tonight. You can see if she's asked about you see.
Oh,
Yeah. And just keep checking till she does.
That's right, we need
So did you guys pay your bribes? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to pay my bride.
Oh. There was bribes. Vicky, you're slacking.
Hey. Just trying to be.
So toxic, it was just a joke. I was just trying to be.
Well,
Be funny.
I didn't get them out
Yeah.
yet again.
If there was a bribe, then I'd have a look.
Thanks for the abyss. It's great. Holy smokers. There's a nickel.
This one is good, this is the next one.
That's good.
Right,
I'll leave it for the.
it's not.
That's what's wrong.
Yeah.
It's a sock that has, elastic in there.
Said
there was spike around.
Yeah, and then you can just move up it. Thanks.
No noise, okay, good, good. All right, we asked you to bring your river dial so we could see what you had, and so that when we're talking, you can look at that and see what each piece is that we're talking about. Let me borrow your other river.
Yeah.
It's hard to talk about a river without having it here, so we're just gonna follow right down these sheets and try to get you the information. We're talking about the dial, which has the slots. Many of you maybe have the dial, river dial that has the slots that match your cylinder. I find those just a little more challenging. But they work, and you can do different things and more things with it than you could do if it was half what you're.
Did you introduce yourself?
Oh, no. I'm Lorinda Inman. I've been doing this for a while. Not been teaching classes, but I've been doing ribbing for a while. I've been doing sock knitting for a while. In fact, the shirt I have on says I went to the convention in 2002. And I had a machine for 3 or 4 years before that.
Why did you
And-
find it confusing?
What?
Why did you find it confusing? Just because there's so many slots? In the.
The slots are deeper. They don't open quite as close to the tip of the needle, the head of the needle. And so it makes it more difficult for me to see, and I have some vision issues. You can see I'm wearing glasses and they're getting kind of greasy, so they're getting the end of the day here. But I can't see as well as is my mouth open on my needle. And I have to work harder to determine, okay, it's every other needle, if that's what I'm using. I have to work a little bit more at those kinds of things.
Put a plug in.
I found that too.
Your light.
Can I plug in my light?
No, put a plug in for.
Oh, yes, yes. And because I can't see things really well and I really fuss with it, and my house is not well lit, then I have this what'd you say, it was an LED light?
It's an LED.
LED light, and I can put it right up here. I can see more closely what it is I'm doing. And sometimes you're picking up yarn and this helps me see it and differentiate it from the scrap yarn.
Yeah.
And this is a nice one. It has battery in it that I can change.
Is it an Amazon purchase?
What?
Is it on Amazon? Where?
Oh,
where's-
I don't know. I got this at Pigs.
Yeah,
Oh.
see, Brenda and I and Linda, who's not here, are the organizers of Pigs. And this was one of the goodie bag things one year, and I got it from a promotional National Pen, I think, is where I got it from.
So. just
So we got
And-
Pigs on there, and the date and all those kinds of good things. Okay, we've got through the dial, the taffet plate is right here. Sits, can you see this or am I just getting my hand in the way? Okay.
It's okay.
Tappet plate, which just sits on the top of the dial. The pin, I called it an Allen wrench and now they told me, no, it's not an Allen wrench, but it's a pin that looks like an Allen wrench. This is necessary for these hybrid ones. This is also, I have a couple of older machines and Vicky, I'm sure you do too, that have this in there. It stops the river or allows you to use the river. The fin is down here. This has got to match up with inside your machine. It's got to match up with the stop right inside the machine. I have my stop on the front. You don't have to have the stop on the front. If you like to have your cylinder turned the other way and you like to have your stop in the back, so this isn't in the middle of your heel or your toe or whatever, you certainly can turn these around. Just whatever works for you. Works for me in the front, but sometimes it interferes with my heel or toe. Once in a while, depends on the yarn. Okay, we've got the river stop. The in-out device is right here. This one here. But in means in work, putting the needles out. Out means out of work. So simple. I think they're all that way. Timing screw is this little brass one that's here. It came, if you have an Erlbacher, it came timed. I almost never, ever, ever have to move that. But some people do with different types of yarn.
Would you point to that timing screw again?
What did you say? This
timing.
brass screw, this brass. head
No,
right here. You find the brass knob?
Yeah.
Okay.
it's good there.
Yeah, that's your timer. You see those arrows on there?
Mhm.
And the arrow points to 4 different things. You can move it between them or at those exact spots. I almost never use it. I can't think of the last time I turned it, but your yarn may tell you to do something different.
So what's it do when you turn it? Are you gonna get into that later?
But
What happens if you turn it? Is it?
yeah, it's gonna change your tension on your yarn.
Not
and your
tension,
ribbon.
timing.
Timing. Oh, that's right. Your timing on how it works. Okay,
Don't touch.
sorry.
I have.
Yeah, sure, it's really not necessary.
Let me see what this does.
That wouldn't be the place to start. If I was learning ribbing, I certainly would not touch that. And especially if I'd gotten a new machine or you got a machine from somebody who rehabs them and they said the machine's timed, it's time. Just trust that. Okay, did the in and out. We talked about the equipment and I didn't talk about the Rick washer. If you have one of these type, you got that bag? Sorry. If you have one of these types with this in here and you have this taffet plate is the same number as you have cylinder needles. Then when they manufacture this, there is not enough room to go in there and put the metal in there that will put a stop to the river needle. So they put a washer in there. It's called a Rick washer because one of the employees said, oh, why don't we do that? Got his name on it. Don't be losing that washer. Don't be thinking, oh, what is this extra piece? It's not extra. So you'll need that if you have an equal dial and equal river needles. All right, you want this back?
I do. Thank you
So questions on any of that?
No, it's in between the taffet
Oh,
plate
that's
and
the
the
little
dial.
washer. Okay.
And if you take this completely apart, you'll be able to see it. your machine should come with it if you have the hybrid river.
Yeah.
You don't need to purchase anything separate.
Right.
Okay,
And,
questions on any of that?
yeah. The difference between a hybrid river and a non-hybrid.
Is the pin. It's the pin that's in there and it's the ability to use that to stop, to move your tablet plate around how you want to, if you want to move it differently. I can't do that on this one. Doesn't have the pin. Yeah, you saw the pin.
Right.
Yeah.
So then that one you can move around.
You can move tablet plate. This is the top plate. You can move that around.
That's in the
Sometimes that's-
advanced class.
And sometimes that is so handy because you do that and you can put more needles in, or you can check on a problem or something like that. You just have the whole thing out of work and you can just swirl that tablet plate. So it's on top, you can move that around.
Cause I have the old style,
You have the old style, you
Yeah.
have this style like I
that
have.
style, and have wondered if I should invest in a.
No, I don't have a hybrid river. My river dial for a 60 slot cylinder, I have 30 slots on my dial. I don't have 60/60,
Right.
but I mean, they both work and I don't know. I don't need a special washer.
Well, so that's what makes hers better than everybody else's, so she doesn't have the Rick washer.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining.
Okay, I'm gonna put the setup bonnet on it here so we can get started. One of the things I didn't talk about is the marks that you have on these to help you get started and help you get going. I have it marked where the fin is. I have a mark up here on top so that I know when I did that. I marked it. I don't, maybe you marked it. You've got yours as
Yeah,
marked.
that's
Yeah,
good.
sure. Sure. And that tells me, okay, this is where the fin is. I'm gonna put it up against the stop. And I'm gonna put it to the left of the stop. And I'm gonna have it slam up against that. It's not going to be, maybe it's there, because otherwise you won't be ribbing in the exact place you want, and your needles will be coming out in places you don't want them to come out. Excuse me, can I get this? Okay, so that's marked,
Do you mark your cylinder also to make sure that that's lined up?
right, right, and that way I know, oh, the cylinder, I'm not gonna put a cylinder needle in there because the whole system is not gonna work. So I know where the stop is, and I know where that mark is that tells me where the stop is. The other mark that I have on here, we have on our paper that you should put a dot. It's where the first needle comes out when you throw it into work, where the first needle comes out. Mine isn't a dot, it's a stripe, but it works. It shows me where
It's wrong.
it's wrong.
Yeah, you need to have a dot.
Well, it shows me where I'm gonna get my first needle to knit when I throw it into work.
So when you have your first needle come out, do you have it come out between the marks on?
Yeah.
Your cylinder, okay, so the first
Yep.
needle, and that, okay.
And along, the reason for doing the marking is that when you set this up, you have every other needle out. Okay, on your cylinder. And if you have an equal slot dial, you have every other needle out on this. And when you set your river on your machine, the river needle needs to come out in an empty cylinder slot. And if it doesn't do that, then you screwed up. And you gotta fix it, because you will not rib successfully. You might break needles. And you're saying, boy, I'm sure glad I went to that demo.
Okay, I'm just throwing on scrap yarn now. Did you have any questions about any of the other? The first part? This guy doesn't have his mouth open. He's not doing a good job.
The other thing that, maybe you're gonna talk about, so.
Go ahead and get started here.
The way that we do our setups, is rather than add rubber needles as you go, we load them on the dial ahead of time. And in the last group, there was a woman who was a sous chef. And I said, yeah, this is like doing all your prep work for when you're gonna cook. You get everything prepped, so when you're ready to go, you can go. And for me, it's easier to do this than to spend time bent over trying to pick up, put in and do whatever. So I can just do this, leave this sit here. I can,
And they don't fall out.
no, I mean, you have to
No.
be cognizant of it. And
Don't
if you
feel-
knock it off the table, it's. they're gonna
Right,
do it.
I mean, just,
Yeah,
because sometimes it's big. When you put it in, it's kind of tough getting in and you gotta,
well,
Jiggle.
the other thing is, if you've not used your river before, put some oil on it.
Mhm.
And I put the oil right along the butts here.
okay.
And spin it and put a little more and, I get it pretty greasy because you don't want them sounding like they're grinding.
And Dawn dish detergent takes out the oil. So after you make it, you can do some Dawn dish detergent wash if you want. That'll take care of that. Okay, so I have some scrap yarn on. I'm gonna put on my river dial. I've got my setup yarn right here. I've got to do about 3 stitches. Uh-oh. This is where when you lose it, you have to go back and get it.
You have every other needle in?
I have every other needle in my cylinder. I have every other needle in my river dial. If this
So,
were,
do you
if
have-
this were not an equal number, I wouldn't have to have every other. If this were half of what this is numbers, then I would put it in every one.
Do you ever start with the whole thing done and then transfer the stitch from there to the river?
I didn't understand the question. What do you mean the
So
whole
let's say
thing?
that's a 60 cylinder. Do you ever just waste yarn or start with every needle being knit and then take every other and put it onto the river?
That is a technique
Yes.
that you can use, but that involves then taking your cylinder needle out.
Right.
And putting it in, and
Yeah.
in my opinion,
guys
it's
don't
an
do that.
extra step.
Oh, okay.
That's,
And if you just leave them out
I got you.
and put your rubber needles in, I mean,
And just start right
And
away.
not right away.
watch this and see
Okay,
how
I
it
never.
is.
okay, this is the one we call the Wanna salvage.
Oh,
Wanna showed us how to do it. She put it in one of our
I've
work.
never seen it
Yes.
this way.
You haven't seen this one? Okay, this is the 1 by 1. This is, you have to do a 1 by 1 to keep from having to do something with the edge of your sock. The 1 by 1 creates the salvage. We
3
load,
by 1 does not create a salvage, just to
What?
let you know.
Yeah.
3 by 1 does not
No,
create a
it
salvage,
doesn't.
just to let you know.
so I have my needles loaded on both. Okay, and I'm gonna look for my rubber stop and my fin and put them together. And put this together. So that's about 4 things I'm looking at here. And my,
Ding bang, sorry.
it's tied up
Bang.
against that. Sometimes your scrap yarn will have too much weave and you're not able to get it in and you have to work to get it in, but it has to be tight up against there. I put my needles in. I didn't put yarn on it. I put my needles in so that the machine is going to do the work. So the river needles are going to come out. I'm not going to be fishing around and looking for the needles,
But yarn.
for the yarn to go on my river needles. There, I got it.
Question?
The distance between your river and your cylinder should be what?
Well, you know, somebody,
Correct. And we mentioned that earlier.
Okay.
go ahead. It's higher over here and tighter over here. It tips and moves as the cylinder turns. You can watch it and see. It, yeah, it has to be, high enough. You didn't like Hulu, Vicky? It has to be loose enough to let the yarn that's been the product go through, the knit go through. But too high isn't gonna work. It has to be, if it's too high, then the yarn carrier is gonna hit on those river needles as it goes by.
I heard like a needle width, you put, one of your
It-
river needle or.
It's whatever works for you.
You know, some people have said a credit card.
I
Credit
can't-
card width, two credit
Yeah.
cards widths, whatever. I don't know.
Okay.
It depended upon the machine.
We
So
could
I'm,
debate about that forever.
I just didn't.
Yes.
Weights, can you tell us a little bit about the weights that you have to be able to do this process? Like on the bottom, I see you have.
The weight.
can I have the weights do what? I didn't
No,
hear.
how
weight,
much?
the
What do
weight.
what do you recommend to use? How much weight when you're doing ribbing?
Okay, depends on who you talk to. Okay, I've got two weights in here now. I don't have the heavier one of the two of the loose ones. See, that's what I'm using.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can get by with less weight, do it. It's whatever weight you need to get the yarn you're using to knit on your machine. And some people can get by with very little weight, Deb Oswald. And I can't. It just, in my hands, it just is not that way. I need at least this much.
Is that what you would use just to knit a regular tube?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, no, I knitted this sock before we came in here. With ribbing, and we'll pass our socks around later, but let's get through.
Let's get this one get going and get through the,
Yeah,
okay. It doesn't,
Do you need to adjust the yarn feed at all?
No.
So that just stays the same?
No.
okay,
if
so,
you do, I'm sorry, if you do, Daryl is teaching a class tomorrow about adjusting your machine, and we'll cover that part.
My machine was probably going to be top and center because he's going to be a lot today, so.
I guess it depends.
all right, I'm starting it up. I've got my river in work. Remember I said when you say in, that means it's in work, so the needles are gonna be coming out. What I'm doing is making this river dial and the machine do the work for me. I'm not gonna wait and do one round with the project yarn and then have to go up and pick every single river stitch up to go on the river. But I will have a few that did not get connected. We've got on the paper that you can just, start wherever you want to start. I am just a nut about starting always at the same place and stopping always the same place. Then I know what I've done. I know where, and I don't have to, it's extra thinking I don't have to do. So I'm now,
I'm the opposite. I could care less where it starts, stop, because it just doesn't matter. For me.
But
Well-
you could leave it out of work until you go to stitch one if you wanted to start at one and then put it in work.
what was that question? I didn't understand the
You know,
question.
have that little dial that puts it out of work and then in work, like on the top.
Right.
That's what we're using.
That's what we're putting it in work. We're putting in work when we're first putting the project yarn on. Because that way the river needles will go
Okay.
out and they'll say, oh, yeah, I'd like to have that
You
yarn
could leave it out
laying
of
with
work until you get to your needle one. If you decide want to be picky and start on needle one.
You can do variations of all kinds of things. This is how we're teaching how to get
So
started.
you're just starting right off the bat the minute.
Yeah, did you get a handout?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're teaching this method.
Right.
It's one is selvage.
Right, okay.
And there are other ways of doing it, but this is how we're doing it.
Okay.
And so we're not gonna be able to answer questions about other ways of doing
No, I
it,
got it.
because we don't do it.
Right, I got it.
Okay, so I'm almost all the way around and I have one needle yet I see I missed. I have gone back and picked up the yarn that was not on the river needles. So that was the first about 4. I say 4, it might have been 5 this time, but I go back and pick those up, but those are the only ones I have to pick up. Now, some people will say, well, it makes it more roughly if you do it right away, because it's a little more stretched than if you went back and picked it up. Nobody's checking my ankles. Nobody's checking my socks.
There's no ankle points.
Well, what?
There's no ankle.
I couldn't hear it.
Well, there might be, but we don't know where they are.
And I'm just running it. As far as I can see, everybody's doing their job.
That's it. That's how you start.
Yep. That's wanna salvage, that's how you start. There are always questions that this may be a little bit more roughly than the other one that Dennis is gonna show us. And I would show you the other one, but I had a fight with that machine this morning. It took me an hour to make a sample. I didn't like the sample. So I said, I don't think the people wanna come and sit and watch me do that, so.
Could you start with some nylon in the very beginning? Would that keep that from rubbing? And give it a little.
Oh,
Yeah.
like fruit? Well,
Like, yep, yep.
it is quite rough.
When you're done,
I also made this one.
What?
when you're done ribbing. right,
Yes.
you decide to start. It doesn't really matter where you
So
stop,
just pass it.
correct? Like, you don't have to stop.
Well, why are you stopping? Are you stopping? No, let me finish here. Are you stopping because you are going, you're going to the pre-heel or something?
Yes, yes.
Now, I like to do about 10 or 20 rows of 1 by 1.
Okay.
And then I like to switch it to something else. So I like to switch to 3 by 1, or it depends on what the division is. If I switch it to that, then it's like these commercial socks here. That's the way they did it. They must have been paying attention here. See, this is 1 by 1. They only did about 10 rows. They got this to stay tight. They put elastic in it. I can feel that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then they've got a 3 by 1, then they did the pre-heel, then they went back to 1 by 1. Catch. Okay, so here it is. I'll take it off of here and you can see that here in a minute. Okay, you're on next.
Oh, I'm a slacker, ready to get it ready.
So when you start putting your ribbons, you start putting your needles, you put it in front or behind, or you just start wherever you can get it, and then move it when you get to the point you can't pick any more yarn out to your ribbon needles.
I do what now?
This,
When I started right about here.
Okay.
Lemon says, look at the width of that, and that's about how far in you're gonna be with this yarn carrier. I had about 4 or 5 over here that I had to go back and fix,
Uh-huh.
because I like to stop and start in the exact same spot, so I know what I'm doing. Don't make mistakes supposedly. And so you just did that one, you did the 1 row that you were picking up the yarn with the river needles, and the next row you were doing actually knitting.
Yeah.
All of it.
this is noisy, so sorry.
Okay. So, yeah, it is noisy.
All right, so ask your questions about this one, the one that we just showed you, the one I salvaged.
Yeah.
And I apologize that, when I wrote up the, handout, I kind of applied that name to everything that is starting up in a similar fashion. But there is a salvage that I always do. And yeah, get off my sock. That is this salvage. These are washed. This is unwashed. I just made that one this morning. But that salvage is what I call the in-out. You might see people calling it the hybrid salvage. And it's, I think Jamie did a sock TV about it. And that salvage, I had no idea that's what was being called the hybrid salvage. I just thought it was a salvage. But I've been doing that forever. It's not anything I invented. It's somebody taught me that. I wish I could remember who, but I don't. But you set everything up just like you did. And the instructions for that are on the back of your page. And there is a few there are a few samples coming around of socks. They're salvages socks I made and wear. They're clean. One I made this morning, so you can see what it looks like unwashed and then what it looks like after it's been washed. I do use Lycra, which also helps pull in the selvage. I don't recommend starting out using Lycra unless you want to throw away your practice things, because separating Lycra from your yarn is quite tedious and not always successful. So practice without Lycra, and once you get confident with your ribbing, then you could add it if you feel you need to. So anyway, I've done all the prep work here, I think. And now I'm going to load my project yarn. So it's just like with the other selvage, one is selvage. I cross my work yarn and my project and my scrap yarn. I feel like I've said this 500 times, so if I seem like I don't know what I'm saying, that's why. I just do that because I think it keeps a little bit more tension on both things so that they're not big gaping holes and your weights pull down better. And I don't know. It's one of the few things that I do. Oh, it helps to thread your whole machine. I didn't do that. And then making sure it's going to knit and not drop. I just knit one or two. Then you take your ribber, figure out where your ribber stop is again. Hi, wherever you were. And hopefully I can get it into place. And it went too far. There, now we're locked in, and this is really high, but it's not my machine, so I'm not touching, and I'm not adjusting those things. So this selvage works on an in row, so one row in, and then 2 rows out, and then you knit your sock. Okay. This is the one where you need to know where that first needle pops out on the ribber. Okay. And you can tell that when you flip that. Did you see that pop out? Well, I can't push it back in now, but it's that one. You need to know that. And I'll tell you why when we get there. So I got to put it out because I'm not in the right location, and this is why having a pin is good, because you can spin it around till you get it in the right spot. You have to make sure that on these hybrid, you are pushing the tappet plate around with the pin. And if you get it this way, it's not going to move because the ribber arm will go around and the tappet place will sit, and then you're going to be upset. So you got to do this. All right. So put it in, and this is the one that popped out right here. This little happy one. Oops, your mouth is closed. This has making sure the mouths are all open is pretty critical, and it can be easier and harder, depending on how much light you have and patience. Okay, so now I'm going to knit my 1 in row. How do I know I have 1 row done? Any ideas? Do I?
You'll come back to your colored yarn.
I
Your starting
do.
Project yarn.
But what do I come back with? Do I come back with this? Do I come back with this dot?
I'm guessing the dot.
Wow. Now, for some reason, this is really tight, but we'll make it work. About a quarter of the cylinder needles didn't knit. So like Lorinda did, I have to go pick those up. I don't know why this is so tight. This is weird. But it'll work. It's all good, as we say.
Is the yarn restricted? I don't see a restriction on the yarn. Okay.
It's just here at the beginning. It didn't knit hard, but I can tell it's just really tight. Ooh.
It feels nice when you have the same problems that we do.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just faking these. We don't really have. Never have a problem knitting. If you look at the sample I passed, you can see all the drops and holes and things in it. All right, so I got back to where I added my project yarn. If I just take my yarn carrier to that place, the dot where these come out is going to be over here. So these will end up with 2 stitches on them, but you only want 1 round. So you have to stop with the dot at your spot where you added your project yarn. Okay?
Yeah.
And Lorinda doesn't have dots. She has slashes or lines. I like to be pretty precise with this, even though I don't start and stop in a specific spot. This is the one thing that I do try to be careful with because I think it makes a nicer selvage. Okay, so what do you do once you get there? Well, you don't keep going. You take it out of work. So then you do 2 rounds out. So
So when you had it in work, all I did was pick up the stitches onto the ribbon needles. It did not knit them, it just put them onto the needles, right?
mhm.
Okay.
So here's where Lorinda's method of starting and stopping in the same place works. Because I have to remember, okay, where was that? Where did I add that project yarn? Was that over here? Was that there? I have just learned to pay attention to that and get it as close as I can. Okay. So if you don't put it back into work now, you're going to have a big mess. And I'm going to guarantee you that you will do that at some point. But now it's back into work and you can knit your sock. All righty. That's it. That's how you get started ribbing. There's many different ways of getting started. We chose to teach a very simple selvage and setup to make as few steps as possible to get you going. And then if you don't like how it is looking or how it works for you, change it. You know, do it differently.
So this is the 2 out.
No, that's a commercial sock.
That's a commercial sock.
I was gonna say, it's so nice.
It's
Okay,
got,
now
it's got, it's got elastic in the top.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what they did.
yeah, probably. Okay, so this, because I wear them one.
So you should have been really, we should have, yeah, fake. No,
You should have
Lorinda
set up
made
been like.
those.
Yeah, I made those and I've washed them many times, but
Yeah.
that is the one by one Wanna. The green ones are the one by one that Wanna Todd.
This one is, the
Yeah.
two, okay.
That's not the one that Glennis just showed us.
The first one you did was Juana's also? No. The one
It's-
you did is called what?
The first one I did, which is the one by one, was Wanna's salvage.
And what's this one called, the second one?
Hybrid method,
Hybrid.
something or other. It's just a little less. It's been used for,
Now,
So this one is the in.
Juana's.
yeah, that's
One by
Wanna's and that's more roughly, that was when I was learning.
She's got the in-out ones there.
And this is the two.
No,
Yeah.
No, the
That's
twos
not-
are over here.
Okay,
They're over,
oh,
they haven't been passed over to
Yours is
class.
okay.
So
These
So-
are the one by-
I do want to point this out. If you don't have all your mouths open, you will drop a stitch and then you're like, oh, how do I fix this on the selvage? And it's a little more difficult, but you basically bring it over and then you latch it up after you have brought it over the top. Does that make sense?
You latch up with just a piece of yarn, like an extra piece of yarn.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
latch up here and then weave it in down here and pretend it didn't happen.
So this is a little bit sturdier.
Yes.
Yeah.
Could you just clarify for me, when you were doing that in out in, you decided where to put the dot on your tablet plate by just pushing that to in to see where that needle came out, and that's where you matched up your dot. Okay.
Right, that's
Yeah.
where the first needle comes out, you have it
Yeah.
marked on your tablet plate. So that you always know, you don't have to think about it, you know.
And so I noticed, because I haven't done that, and I noticed that it was about that much further.
Right,
Yeah.
it is.
And not doing.
And then you're like, what?
I know, I'm like, I'm not an extra.
It's about 3 to 4 needles usually that you have to hang.
On mine, like I
Yes.
don't have that rubber dial.
You don't have the equal. Yes.
Right. On mine, it's about a third or quarter, I mean, it's quite. a
It's
ways.
more, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter how much it is, you just pick those up and put them on and then you can go.
But I only had to do 4 or 5 instead of 20 or 30.
Right.
And it's faster. I'm off then to the races.
And you could get technical and say, yeah, but then you're spending that time preloading your river dial. And for me, that is faster than fishing and trying to get it up there. Then you drop one down in there and then what?
Where you drop stitches.
Yeah. Now, notice we didn't address making heels and toes.
Yep.
And you don't have to use your rubber to make when you get to your foot. You can change out all of your rubber needles, take the rubber off and have all your cylinders in and knit the rest of your sock just the way you did with a hung hem without any ribbing. On those socks, that one right there,
Yeah. with the-
you'll see that the bottom of the foot does not have ribbing on, but the top does. And that's how
That's just the.
I prefer to have it done, and my family has pushed me in certain habits in terms of how I make my socks, so.
So that's just keeping the river on half and then.
Yeah, and the other thing that I do is I put that somewhere, I think it's on the bottom of the first page. If you're ribbing the whole way down, when you get to the end, you have all your cylinder needles in back here, but you still have every other with your ribber there. If you change these out and put in cylinder needles, then you would have Kitchenering knit stitch to knit stitch. Otherwise, it's gonna be knit stitch to knit stitch, knit stitch to purl. Or knit, and that, I can't, my brain doesn't work that way and I can't do it. So that is what that
Yeah,
hint is about.
when you get to the toe, then just put the whole thing.
Put a,
Yeah,
just a row of cylinder needles and cylinder.
yeah, there's
knitting.
lots of different ways of getting to that point. Yes.
Do you have any tips for doing the heels with the river on?
You just make it, yeah, well, yeah, the first tip
Without drawing
is
stitches, I guess.
take your pin out. If you don't take your pin out or put it out of work, you might as well just cut up all your yarn and start over because,
Right.
yeah,
What about a drop stitch with that idea of a tip?
you just wait.
Oh.
You can fix that. You can fix it after it's off the machine.
Okay.
And you'll get good enough at fixing those that you won't even notice them.
Yeah,
One or
Okay.
two washings and it's
you
just.
maybe didn't notice the Franken socks I have. You can't even see my Russian joins on them. And at least I don't think you can. And I don't know, maybe you can. Some of them I did really well, and some I didn't. But I mean, I'm sure well, here's a repair I did, which is pretty terrible. But these are just everyday Franken socks using up scraps. I wear these all year round when I'm out doing yard work and whatever, just because I sweat a lot and the wool is really handy to soak all that up. And they looked small, but they have Lycra and they stretch out and they fit. So, but yeah, there's no ribbing on the foot and 1-to-1 on the top. And these are pretty old because I changed to, ouch, sorry. This is 1-to-1, it just stockinette on the bottom, and then I do 3-1-1-1, 3-1-1-1,
Yeah.
which looks like Lorinda's fancy store socks, wherever they are.
So if you do a deep hill and you're ribbing the top part, do you take that into consideration before you?
Again, I don't care. Where, that I have equal,
Ribbing,
that I have
ribbing or ribbing with.
right,
Okay.
like sometimes on one side, I'll have far more stockinette stitches than the other side,
Mhm.
but I don't care. I mean, nobody so far has rejected my socks that
Or gotten into your shoe.
Yeah.
Check it out.
that's a more important point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I always do a pre-heel and that, this using the CSM is all about needles and changing them and moving them and, but back to your point about hints, make sure that you take it out of work when you're doing the heels and toes, but remember to put it back into work. And there are, like, you have little pieces of wood that say in, out, lots of people have different ways of doing that. And, some days I need somebody standing over me to tell me to do that. And other days it's just muscle memory and I'm just like, oh, I know exactly where I am and I can just do it. But not every day is the same. Is that right, Vicki?
Correct.
Right.
And Vicki's a very good knitter, and so that's why I call on her too.
So I'm a little confused about taking the top. So if I'm doing, 'cause I've never done a sock that's been all
Uh-huh.
ribbing. So if I'm doing, I'll take that tapper, I mean, not the tapper, but I'll take that branch thing out when I'm doing the heel.
the pin.
The pin, right, yeah, that's the wrench thing, yeah, the pin.
The pin,
I'll take the
okay.
pin out just for the heel, and then when I finish the heel, then I put it back in. That's what you're
Okay.
saying.
Yeah, let's actually look at that
Okay.
just a little bit. I don't know where we are in time.
Got a few minutes.
Okay, so you can see that the pin is not attached, is not up against anything. And when I move the handle, the tappet plate is not moving. So if I take the pin out, the tappet plate, well, it's not, if there's knitting on this, it would not be moving. Okay, and that's what it's supposed to not do when you're doing heels and toes, because you need to go back and forth and you can't rib backwards. The other way to accomplish that with the hybrid is using your in-out button, and you don't have to take this out, but if you are a belts and suspenders person, you do both. You take it out and you put it in out. Because if you've ever had to clean up the mess that happens when you forget to do one or the other, you're not ever going to forget to do it until the next time.
So you can just pop it into out then, and then do your heel.
Yeah, you can do it,
And
you
then
do it that
start
way.
in, you pop it back into in.
But in all honesty, when you get ready, if you have your cylinder marked,
Mhm.
like this is halfway marks, your tappet plate should be back here. If you're making the heel on the front, it'll be in the back if you're making it back there. And out of work, and then you go back and forth. And I mean, I don't have my yarn carrier in the right place for that to be where it should be, and I don't like running it without stuff on it. But you put that back in, put your needles down, make sure everybody's mouths are open, and you just go. And you shouldn't have to worry about anything on
Where
the.
it is, where the tapper is, or anything.
Yeah, because it should be in the right place unless you bump it or something, and then you just make sure that you're getting ready when you get ready to go back. You'll figure it out after you've made mistakes, believe me.
And we don't make mistakes unless they're the simple ones.
Fake news.
We make it over and over again.
That's fake news.
Fake news.
Yes, there you go.
All right, so now you're supposed to go try this on your own. And we are to have a 4 o'clock class. And probably the 2 o'clock class people will all be back in here by then. I don't know if anybody really signed up for the 4 o'clock, but if you want to stay for the.
There's 9.
What?
What are you talking about?
You guys are so popular.
I don't get paid enough. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
All right, you
Thank
guys.
you.
All right,
And
thank you.
there's a lot of people who wear rivers,
Yes.
but they won't do it this way necessarily.
I'm gonna try it that
So did you guys bring your pens with you?
No.
So that you can take the quiz when they do.
Yeah.
You did? Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna audit.
Oh. Credit for no credit.
Do you have a latch? Yes.
I wondered when you'd seen Christopher.
You are.
Oh, thank you.
Melanie.
I'm Chris.
It's nice to meet you. Hi, it's Fasana.
Hey, guys. You know. Should my phone's on?
Oh, that's a good idea.
This is your third timeline.
So well, it's easier when there's smaller groups. Because we get to interact more with you, and we can tell you to shut up easier.
I don't understand this group because we told the people in the first two classes that the last class was for those who practiced and wanted to come back. And
Yeah.
where did these people come from?
There were so many.
I didn't remember them
signed
being in the
up.
class. Yeah.
Because when I signed, there was only 3 spots left for the 3 o'clock, and then people were signing up before.
Well, I'm not
Oh.
doing it again.
Are we doing 4 o'clock too?
This is.
This is 4 o'clock.
Oh, this is the 4.
Time flies when you're having
I
fun.
don't think they're gonna hire us again.
Where's that drink ticket?
Yeah, we gotta look around for
We got an
that.
hour for that.
We have to wait
Yeah,
till
we
5.
got an hour to kill.
I don't even know where mine is, but I better find it. Right.
I know where mine is. You can have mine.
No, I drink.
Neither do I. Should I start today?
It's not, I shouldn't joke.
All right.
Are we?
Are we ready to do
Ready
this?
to go?
Should we rock and roll with this?
Yeah,
We're good.
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock, and so,
Okay, snooze you lose.
and did our assistant over there give you a piece of paper?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I'm up from there. I'm gonna go finish knitting ribbing my side.
Okay, all right,
The right way. Yeah.
yes, yes. Okay, so we're talking about setting up your river and starting to use it. We're not talking about all the different details, all the different ways you could do it. We're giving you the basic, the simplest, the easiest, what we think is the easiest way. So first, let's talk a little bit about the river, the parts of it. There's the dial. Here's here. Okay, there's the dial, which you put your needles in. There's a tappet plate.
Okay.
That has all the details on it. There's the pin, and I don't have the one with the pin, but the what?
What? Right.
There
This
you
is
go. There's the pin
Little L
that stops the tappet plate from moving around.
Yeah, not every river arm or river will have one of these. Antique ones tend to have them. Yours does not.
No,
My Erlbacher does not. The hybrid river arms do.
And I didn't change out the hybrid river arm. I have used the pin before in some of my vintage machines, but this one was working, and so I just left it that way. Okay, the fin, they call it a metal thingy. It's the fin right down here that hits the river stop. Oh, get out of trouble here. Okay, and the river stop is inside your cylinder. That's right here. I've got mine in the front. You can have yours in the front or the back. It's up to you where you want it. Some people say, I don't like it in the front because I do my heels and toes in the front, and it sometimes interferes with those and causes a drop stitch.
It's really helpful if you make a mark on your cylinder where the river stop is. And it matters not if you never use your river, but that's not the goal of this class. So this is not my machine. This happens to be just, outlined in blue. You can do it in whatever you want, but it's helpful to know where that is. And you'll see why as we go on.
Okay. And then there's the in-out device. It only does one thing. It puts the needles into work. In and out always means out. And that's the way I find it on the vintage machines too. The older machines are in or out. There's just no difference between the two. Timing screw, that's this brass one here. If you've got an Erlbacher machine, or if you've got one, an older machine that somebody rehabbed for you, they should have set that. You should never have to, no, I was gonna say never, but you should not have to move it. Some people do, some people move it for different yarns. I have not moved mine, and it works just fine. Okay, we got the definition, we got the in and out. Oh, the equipment. Okay, so if you've got one of the hybrid rubber dials and you've got a tappet plate, or not tappet plate, a plate here, a rubber plate, and it's equal to the number of cylinder needles you have, so this is a 64, then they were unable to make the slots go all the way back and finish in the way they were finished for other machines. They were unable to do that with that plate. So what they put in was Rick washer. It's just a washer that's inside here. When you take it apart, you'll see, don't be tossing that. Don't be getting rid of that. Don't be trying to find a different one or a better one or a prettier one or whatever. It has a job, and it stops your rubber needles on the inside. And it's
Yeah, you should not have to purchase one if you have a hybrid, because it's already in there. You can't see it unless you take everything apart.
and when you take it apart and you find this extra washer, you know where it goes. It goes back on the plate here between the tappet plate and the dial. You won't see it from right here. You have to take it all apart.
So the washer sits on top of the dial.
Sits between these two, between this and this.
It's,
Sits on
yes,
top of the dial, sits on top of the dial. Inside.
but you shouldn't have to worry about it unless you take everything apart to clean it. Just make sure it goes back in.
If you're just changing out the dial, the washer won't be loose.
It is loose.
Yes.
Move it up.
If you're taking this off and you're changing to a different size,
Okay.
it's gonna be loose. And if the other size then is matching what your cylinder is, it's a large number, you're gonna have to have that washer back in there.
Okay.
But that's only, do you have one on that? Is there?
No.
Okay.
No.
So it's only on the hybrid rubber arms.
I don't have a hybrid and I don't have a Rick washer in there.
What does hybrid mean?
I don't know.
Takes gas.
Oh, but we should make it know.
Yes, it is electricity. Has that post instead of the screw, right?
Well, we decided we would teach from these machines because most people now have these. Neither of us have them. This belongs to Kim from Erlbacher's. And that is her machine, but it's the older model and it doesn't have a hybrid rubber. And I don't know what it means. That's Daryl.
Yeah, ask Daryl or Kim. Those are the two people right here that could answer those kinds of questions.
Grace.
Well, she might.
Although she's a girl.
Okay, I'm getting ready. I'm putting my setup bonnet on. I got my setup bonnet from Jan. It's got these nice fishing line on the top, so it's not gonna wear out easily. Although my previous ones, and I got different sizes for different cylinders, my previous ones were just crochet that we put together and worked for 20 years or so.
So you have every other needle?
I have every other needle here because I'm going to have these come in between. I'm doing a 1x1. That's what you need to do the salvage. You need a 1x1. You can't do a 1x2 or something like that. It doesn't
okay.
work. It's the 1x1.
Okay.
Yeah,
that
the
work.
first step is to set it up that way. And that's why you need to know where your rubber stop is,
Okay,
because you do not want a needle in that place.
okay.
You don't want a rubber needle or you don't want.
You don't want a cylinder needle where the rubber stop is.
So mine is marked. I specifically marked mine. when I put the every other needle in, I make sure I don't put one there. Because that's where that's where the rubber needle's gonna go, because that's where the stop is.
Okay, gotcha.
And I'm just gonna quickly put the setup bonnet on.
And then on the river dial, you're gonna talk about setting it up, or you want me to go ahead?
You can go ahead if you like. River dial, I have it preset.
Okay, what you mean by that is that you have every other river needle in when it's an equal slot dial to cylinder ratio. So this is a 60 cylinder, this is a 60 dial. So it's every other one. How do you know where to put these? Well, guess what? You make a mark. Right where the pin is, which is that little metal hanging down thing. That is under this thing. You make a mark there, and that's where you put your first river needle. Okay? Then you can set everything based on that pattern, and you'll have everything lined up. And I think you mentioned that you want your river needles coming out where there is no cylinder needle, because otherwise it's a collision and you break needles and you get upset and it's not good.
Not a big deal.
Not a good, that's right. Could be worse.
Could I borrow some yarn?
I think so, it's not mine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we told them at the front table we'd try to use this up today, so we're working hard on that. All right, now. You can start any place you want, but I'm very neurotic, very controlling about, okay, here's my mark over here on the side. This is where I'm gonna start. It's because then I don't have problems later. So if I always do the same thing, then I know when I sit down at the machine, oh, yeah, right, this is what I'm gonna do. This is where I am. I like to have the project yarn on long enough to do 1, 2, or 3 stitches so that I can see that it's going to work. That I'm not gonna lose stitches or something. And Glennis says if you wrap the two just slightly, just lay them over each other, then,
That's not what I say.
oh, that isn't how you say it? Oh, excuse me, how do you say that?
You cross them around a needle. So you put the work yarn either to the front or the back, and then
I'm not doing how you do it.
no,
I put a clip on it. It's a
Okay.
little tiny bit of weight. I put a clip on it.
this is yours.
What do you mean that's mine?
It fell off when you dropped your light. It fell off.
Oh,
your
fell off
light.
my light? Oh,
Okay. So where you see here,
yes,
there is waste yarn there coming around the front.
yes.
So what? Well,
You better
okay.
do the next one,
Yeah,
because
you
it's
have to
it's
do
the
the
one that's
next-
gonna, yes.
next
And
one.
then you knit
No.
two.
No, you don't. You go like this. Leave that one there. There. So they're crossed like that.
Okay, so they both knit the same needle.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Okay,
Well,
you said they both knit the same needle.
I should have said that, but I didn't.
Okay, well, I have clips that.
We've been doing this too long. So sorry.
Okay,
if we-
yes, all right. So I'm gonna hit 2 or 3 needles here on the cylinder so that I know that my yarn is connected and it's hanging on, it's gonna do its thing. And then I get out my river is already loaded. My river is loaded, I've got every other needle, I've got I think I've got the mouths open. So I'm ready to go. The reason I'm doing this is a lot less work than going through and digging up every single strip of yarn and bringing it back up on top. Figure out where my fin is, figure out where my stop is. and it has to bang up against that. I have them both marked, like she said before, so that I know if those two marks are together, we're good. Put it into work and go. And when I put it into work, I've got it marked. She puts a dot on hers. I've got a stripe on mine. I've got a mark here, and that's the first needle that came out. So if I look at that, I'm probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 needles out.
Can you
So-
just say that again? I'm having a hard time in my own machine trying to understand once you put it on, estimating where your first river needle's gonna come out, where you're gonna get the first river stitch.
Well, you play with this,
Okay,
and you're in and out.
right?
And you put it on, it doesn't have to be on a sock that you're working on, just put it on and you see where the first one comes out. So you put it on, if the fin is up against the stop. I have a spot over here where I like to start, so that's where I'm putting this on. I knit 3 needles on the cylinder just because I wanted to see if it was gonna knit.
We can show that on mine, because
Yeah.
once you get it popped out, you're
I
done.
can't bring it back. It's
Yeah,
popped out here.
it's-
It's popped out and I marked it up on the top of the tappet plate.
So right now mine is out. When I put it in, if I can get it to go in. Did you see that needle
Yeah.
pop out? No?
I can't see that. part.
The end is-
Okay,
it's the
We
same,
can't see
we
it.
can't
We
see it.
but-
Okay, because I don't have knitting on mine, I can get mine to go back in. But. Okay. Did you see that? Okay, so that is.
That's
gonna be
where you would put the mark, because each time it's gonna start there.
Yes, it doesn't matter where this is
Okay,
or anything else is, that is gonna be the first river needle that works.
that would be the first rib stitch you could get on your spot.
Yes.
Right, right.
Thank you.
Can you show us over here too?
No.
Great teachers.
Let me get this.
So you might knit like a full row before the
Okay,
river.
let's pretend that dot isn't there.
No,
No,
just
put
a-
it-
no, because
Before the river.
I put 3 stitches of progress.
I got
But
The yarn going
see it pops out.
on my cylinder needles, because I just wanted to see.
Did you?
So those 3, I know I'm gonna have to pick up 2 or 3 right there. So the minute I put this on, I flipped it into work, so it's out here. This is right
Anybody
here.
else needs?
My dash needle out.
Okay.
It's not all the way out, it's needle out. So I have got these right here, but I've got to go back and what I call dig them out, pull them out. What I'm doing is just being lazy. Just plain lazy. It's easier for me to get the yarn onto the river needles by letting the machine do it than me going in there and digging every one of them out and putting every one of them up on top. And sometimes I don't see them, if the colors aren't exactly different from my scrap yarn, I don't see it for sure. And this way I'm done. Some people say, don't do it that way because it makes it a little more waffly, a little more ruffly, because it's a little bit longer piece of thread. I don't see that much difference, and so I make the machine do the work. So the machine is gonna put the bars on the river needles now. And I've got it put into work. And I will just make one partial turn, and I'll come back up here and I'll say, oh, how many did I miss? And then go back and dig for those.
So you don't get excited at this point and go all the way around, because those first ones will not have knitted. And you need to have yarn on them.
And when I'm doing that first round, although I supposedly had all these have their mouths open, doesn't necessarily mean that they're open. Once in a while, I find one that I missed. See, there's no. I also think it's just my personal bias in that these river plates that have a full 60 or 64 or 72, I think that the needles go shut faster. I think I have them all open. I think sometimes they slide in, they might might shut. You might find something different. Okay, everybody's accounted for. Everybody's got something on them. And now what I'm watching is, are the river needles coming out and are they open? And that one there was not open, so I haven't.
You
I've
just
got-
missed another one.
I've got two right here that I know I just checked this before people were coming in the room. So that's gonna take me a little time to do that. What did you say, Glennis?
I said, maybe you're magnetized.
That's what I'm kind of wondering too, because I've had a lot of that happen today. And somebody in one of the classes said, well, just pull your cylinder needle out a little ways and that'll help you find that bar.
Who said that?
Who said that? You said that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. See, it takes me time to go fishing and I keep pulling up the scrap yarn there. Okay. And then I've got scrap yarn and the green yarn.
So pull your two needles out. Or even just one. And then
There you go. That needle, is that open? Yes. No, it isn't open. You see, I told you I couldn't see it as well as in this kind of lighting. Okay. That's that one. Oh, I've got about 2 or 3 right here that didn't go in.
just go ahead and add it. Doesn't matter if you drop them at this point. The idea is that by now you're ready to knit your sock.
You've done all the hard work getting the river started. The needles don't have their mouths open. There. See what they do. Okay, still missing a couple. So this is what it looks like when I get that going. Catch? Sorry, it was so lightweight it wouldn't. Not that I'm sloppy at throwing them, okay? That's all there is to it. And you have to do the 1 by 1 to get the salvage. You can't do a 2 by 1, that doesn't give you the salvage. So this is just your startup. Some people start up and they do 10 or 20 rows of this, and then they flip over to a 3 by 1. Whatever they want to do.
When you're done with the ribbing, when you want to transfer the needles, let's say you're done, you only want 20 rows of ribbon, let's say.
Right.
You're gonna go back to all your regular needles. Do you then put it out of work and transfer?
Put it out of work and I transfer.
That's it, okay.
So what we're passing around are real actual socks that Brenda made and used. And
They've been worked many times. That's what they look like.
Yep, bound up.
It is bound.
That's it.
The
That
one
is-
by salvage. That's why we're showing you this water salvage, the 1 by 1 binds it off. And it does not run, it does not go away. The 2 by 1 won't do it, the 3 by 1 won't do it, it's the 1 by 1 that does it. But that's why we're teaching you the 1 by 1. Here's how you get started. Here's an easy way to make a sock for you.
Okay, so then, just to go back a little bit, so I have my ribbing, however long I want it. I turn my thing to off. And then I just, I put it in.
If you want to go to 3 by 1 now, because you're doing the rest of the leg, then you can leave it in work. And you just put the extra needles in and transfer the stitches over. I would leave it in work. I first said don't leave it in work, but I would leave it in work so that I didn't mess up. And then not throw it in and have a roll that's just plain nothing. You know,
okay, so this is a sock I made this morning. And I put 15 rows of 1 to 1. Then I start swapping out needles because what is CSM knitting if not swapping out needles? And I do a 3, 1, 1, 1, 3.
Oh,
And you can look at it. And I go all the way down the front of the foot, but not on the sole.
right.
I do a pre-heel where I swap out all the needles back here. And so then stocking it all the way down to the toe, and the rest of it is like that.
That's fine.
And then you don't have to do anything like that. You can do one down to where you're gonna do your heel. Take out all the river needles and put in all cylinder needles. Take the, have the river off, and then you can do your heels and toes so that only your leg, I call it the leg, has ribbing on it. And the woman sitting next to me, that's how she made all of her socks. Not you.
So to transfer the stitches from the river, am I doing that manually?
Yes, yes, and I always do it to the right, so I know what I do
Okay.
today, what I do tomorrow, what I do next month, I
Yeah.
always transfer to the right.
Do you always, is it okay to rib right up to the heel, or do you need to stop,
I do
do stockinette
pre-heel.
for a pre-heel?
I do a pre-heel that is stockinette. And I think it's a little, it's just the way I do it, but I think for me, it makes me feel like I know how to make a professional looking sock. And maybe it does, maybe it don't, but
Well, some people are uncomfortable.
I do 15. Yes,
Some people get uncomfortable if that ribbing is inside your shoe in the heel, in the very, right there at the edge of the shoe.
these are some socks that Lorinda purchased that are very similar to the sock, that I'm passing around. And there is a pre-heel on this one as well. So you don't have to do that. It's all a matter of preference. And that's what this is all about. What do you want your sock to look like and how you get it there? I think ribbing, for me, my kids, I think, were so sick of the hum things I was giving them, that when I finally started ribbing, they're like, Mom, these are game changers. I thought, oh, they noticed. So and that's the way, these are some of the Franken socks I made. And it has a different selvage, which I'm gonna go through in a little bit, but these are just 1-to-1 all the way down the front, and then stockinette in the back, just like normal. So, any questions about Juana's selvage? Juana is a real person, and she taught Lorinda how she made her selvage. And Lorinda has emails from her with the instructions, which I think is pretty cool. But they are published in the society that I can never remember.
CSKMS.
Okay, that one.
CSAMS.
Yeah, that one. And it's been around a while, and there's a lot of different varieties of it. So, are you done?
I think I am done unless I interrupt you.
Oh, please. I would like you to interrupt if I'm not saying things correctly. Oh,
There comes your friend.
yeah, we're friends now. She could teach this class. She's heard it 3 times. This being third. So, I don't know how many of you watch Sock TV, but Jamie had a session on there about a hybrid selvage. Whoops. Well, now that's a mess. And I'm like, oh, I don't need to learn anything new. And then I actually watched it and I was like, good grief, that's the selvage I always use. And probably 15 years. So even though something may seem new, likely somebody has done it in the past. I'm not trying to claim anything about it. It certainly was taught to me. I didn't come up with it on my own. I don't even remember who taught it, and it doesn't matter. So on the back of the handout is the selvage I use. What happened?
What socks do you want here? Here you go.
Yeah, those two.
Those two will work for you. I'll take those.
This is the selvage that I'm gonna talk about right now. And the one that I sent around that has the 3111 ribbing on it,
Yes.
that one is unwashed of this selvage, and these have been washed. I use Lycra and everything, and my kids also said that's a game changer too. So, and mind you, they're adults. And they've had a lot of different socks. So the Lycra is an addition after you learn to use your river and you feel comfortable with it. Because if you screw up with some good yarn, it's very difficult to get the two apart to reuse your good yarn. So I certainly would practice with your river, and if you want to rib, just a few inches, which is what we do. And then we were cutting them off and then we'd start over. I mean, we were trying to just make samples for everybody, but that gets you going on your river. This selvage that is, if I'm not mistaken, is like the hybrid selvage. Is what I call a 1 in, 2 out, or just in out selvage. And it makes the selvage like it's coming around there. You set it up exactly like we do on the first one that Lorinda taught. So everything else is the same. And I should have been loading my machine while I'm talking, although that's not very easy for me to do because it's really not my machine.
Yes, but it's a pretty machine.
Yes.
Look at all those colors on there.
Larry told me how they came up with this is that when they did the powder coating, if some of the parts don't pass the powder coating inspection, rather than scrap them, they just kept them and they assembled a machine out of them. Yeah. All right, so there's my start. And I will put the river in place just like before, lining up my little marks. That is not lined up. Did I mention oil?
No, we haven't mentioned oil here.
Go ahead.
These things are thirsty. Give them oil. It helps a lot. Make sure the oil is on the river, on the needles.
On the butts?
On the butts, not just laying on the top of the plates or on the top of the cylinder. It needs to go in on the needles.
All right. So I started over here. This is where my work yarn or project yarn started. And I'm going to put it into play or into work. So we'll see that needle pop out. Sometimes you have to adjust it just a bit. There you go. So this is the first one that's going to knit. And or purl or whatever. It's really knitting, but we won't get into that. So I'm going to crank around part of the way. These back here are not going to rib because The first needle to pop out is over here. So these are not in play right now, not in work. But you see all these are coming out, and there's my mouths are shut right here. This is the battle.
Need your rub on them. Detangler.
All right, so I've got it started, and then you do just like you did before, you go back and you pick these up. I had the benefit of a really strong light over here, Lorinda, so.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think I mentioned, but I have a flashlight. And I use that a lot because of the lights in different places. This is that LED light. Yeah. Still works. Not well.
She threw it on the floor a little while
On
ago.
the floor of the last class. May have to go get another one. Oh, and I got this at Pigs at Ankeny, Iowa.
Oh, yeah. You should come. We're in charge. All right. So now we're going to do an in-out. So how do I know where my one row of in work is? How do I know where that's going to be? Any ideas? Is it where the yarn carrier is? Is it where the dot is?
That would be where you started, where your first stitch was.
It is where my first stitch is, but how do I know, where do I stop? Do I stop with the yarn carrier there?
No, you start with about 4 needles.
You stop where the dot is, because you need to take the rubber needles out of work. And if you go to where the yarn carrier is, you will have gone past that point by a long ways. And looky here.
Better shut mouth.
Yeah.
I told you I had more problems with it in these plates.
Well, then maybe they're just more
Can you
staticky.
go over again, like, so you've got the dot mark there, but how did you determine where to put the dot mark?
The dot?
That you said the mark, you mentioned the mark, we can't see it here. We can't
Well,
see
it was what I showed you where the first needle pops out.
Okay, you have a mark here.
Yeah.
How did you determine? That was
That's
where
when I
come
put
in.
it
When you
in
put it in work, that's where the needle
Yeah.
pops out.
First
Yeah.
one came out right.
Okay.
Hers is a dot. I put a stripe on mine where the first needle comes out. It's based on the anatomy underneath this tappet plate.
So you knit around back to that dot.
Yes, where you have first put your project yarn, you don't want to go past it more than 1 or 2. And I bring it right to that first rubber needle. And you can see right now, these are still out and they're gonna rib. These needles back here are gonna rib. This dot is right here. This needle's gonna work. But now if I put it into out, everything in front of that is not going to.
If you put it in out, everything in front of that, what is that? Can you describe that?
In front of the dot,
In front of the dot, okay.
right? And this is an in and out selvage. You do 1 row in, 2 rows out. So this in that I just completed, and I now put my ribber into out, that is the first row, the 1 row that I call my in row. Okay.
So it was in, and what was happening is the yarn was laying on top of the rubber needles. They're not knitting, they're just laying on top.
No, I haven't done the out yet.
When you had it in work, that laid the yarn on the needles.
That's confusing.
It didn't knit them.
It didn't knit
I had
them,
it in work, it didn't knit them. It just.
but it
laid-
picked it up.
Yes.
it
just
picked up-
It just picked up the yarn.
Okay. So now it's out and I go 2 rounds. So the advantage of the way Lorinda does it is she knows exactly where she starts and stops. I don't, so I have to pay attention like, that's about 10 o'clock. So when I do my 2 out, I have to remember to put the dot at about 10 o'clock. Okay? So that's the disadvantage of my laissez-faire approach. So that looks pretty good. All right. Then you put it back into work.
The dot net where it was before.
Supposedly. In Lorinda's world, it does. In my world, it may or may not.
It does in my world, but wondering. I think that's it.
Right. So then you just rib your however many rows you want to do. If you want to do 1-to-1 for 15 rows and switch it to a different pattern, you do it that way. If you want to just keep it going, if you want to stop ribbing and you only want to make a cuff. Oh, look, somebody didn't open up. But yeah, that's how you do that selvage. It's I think it gives a different type of finish than Juana's selvage. They're both equally good. And after you've had your socks on for a day, nobody cares. Nobody cares what your selvage looks like. You just don't want them running. You don't want your socks to, be like a cartoon and the yarn all over everywhere.
So that's all we wanted you to know is how to get it started.
Yeah.
So these are the simplest methods to get it started and to salvage to make sure that it's not gonna run.
And these 2 selvages will work with any ribber cylinder combination as long as you start with a 1-to-1 rib.
Always 1-to-1.
Does anybody want to know why they work? Does anybody care about that?
Yeah.
They work because think about how many in here have ever knitted a sock on the CSM and then had to take it out? Does anybody have to do that? Seriously, you guys are experts. You don't even need to be in here. Which end do you take it out from?
So.
The toe. This is not the toe. This is the cuff. It will never unravel from the cuff. And that's why these selvages work. It's because of the way the stitches are made on the machine and the way knitting works. Just a little fun fact. So some people like to know that kind of thing. That would be me, and other people don't. So
Questions or comments?
That's why the strings on pet food bags, you have to make sure you get it on the right side.
I just cut the whole top off. Unless it says start here with a big red arrow like this. But yeah,
I have a question.
sure.
So going back to loading the needles.
Yeah.
Why do you have to have a river needle where the fin is instead of the cylinder needle?
I'm not sure that you do, but it is a way to assure that you get everything lined up correctly. In the olden days, meaning, I don't know, 2010. But that's how we were taught to use the river. And for me, that is like one of the rules I use, plus the little dot on the tappet plate. I'm not sure that you do have, and I was hoping nobody would ask that question.
We didn't research that one.
But I'm sure that you could do it differently. I think that otherwise you're not really sure where, if you are preloading your needles, you don't know where to start. Because this is just a big dial with slots and it doesn't say start here. And you don't have to load them on ahead of time. There are other ways of doing it. Like Lorinda said, we feel this is probably the fastest way to do it and efficient use of time and less fiddly. You know, not everybody's as young as you are.
That's a wonderful thing.
Yeah. And so, hand coordination and fine motor skills, when you get arthritis and numbness in your fingers, for me, doing it this way, it's made things so much easier than trying to reach down in and, like she said, you pull things out, then you have to do this, and it's just like, okay, these fingers are getting raw because I'm pulling them out, and it just seemed to us, and honestly, we kind of came to this separately. I mean, like, I didn't teach you and she didn't teach me, we just did it that way, so. Yeah,
Thanks, thank you.
yeah, you're welcome. Please go back and use your river. And obviously, both of us will be available.
We're gonna be here till Saturday.
Yep, show at 11. No, well, film at 11, that's what they used to say. That was for the news.
Machine's still going. Could you show us how to put it back on the cylinder needles? If I want to go on to no ribbing.
Okay, I got the thread.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
I'll just give it a go. And if it doesn't work, I'll fix it.
It's all about, there's many different ways to do it, and you can take your river needle, pull it out, have your cylinder needle right there, and they just kind of meet, and you dump the thread or yarn over onto it after it's in the slot. You can't do it before because you got to get it behind the spring.
Right. Okay. And where do you start? Wherever I'm starting.
Well, I started in a ritualistic place.
Yes.
And you started maybe 10 o'clock.
Like, I don't know. I never do it that way, but when I do switch them out when I'm doing my pre-heel. But that's another reason to know where your dot is, because I come around and I have to stop before this gets too far, or else I can't get the river needles out. And so it's all a matter of remembering where to stop and start. And I don't always get it perfect. I'm like, oh, well, those two will be ribbed for this little section. And then I go around again and catch it.
Perfect.
Do it right.
I like to know what my pattern is, because over here where I'm gonna start and stop the heel and start and stop the toe, I like to have stitches on both sides of that line. So I like to have at least one or two stitches on both sides. So that's one of the ways that I look at that. And I'm gonna figure that out for myself. In fact, I have a little piece of paper that tells me if you've got this cylinder, I want to do this. If you got, and you're doing a 1x3 or 1x5, this is where you make your changes.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't like to think that hard.
Well, just, I get that all figured out, then I don't have to think.
Yeah, that's true. Very true.
Find where you have a big.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.